Good evening, everyone. Let the record indicate it is 5:04 p.m. and the Warwick City Council Finance Committee is called to order. First item, acceptance of the minutes from February 24th. Need a motion?
Favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Excuse me. Item PCR 3320. Moving on to item 2, PCR 34-20, resolution relative to abatements. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Okay, acceptance of the minutes we've done. PCR 33-20. That is found on page 1. Okay, state your name for the record, please. Russ, turn the mic on, please.
All right, Russell Moore. It's from the Warwick Department of Tourism, Economic Development, and Culture.
Thank you, Russ.
Yes.
Okay, so just give us an explanation as to what's going on, what you're looking to do.
Sure. I'm before this honorable body tonight to request a 612. That's an extension of a contract that the city's Economic Development, Tourism, and Culture Department has with Summit Advertising, Summit Adventures. The reason for this is to give the department time to go out to bid, prepare the bids, solicit bids, so that we can get the best price on these services. And by requesting additional time, it gives us time to prepare the bid and whatnot, and so on.
Okay, so Russ, when did you join the city?
February 18th.
February 19th? Okay.
18th, Councilman.
18th. And to your knowledge, no one had put this out for bid prior to getting here?
That's correct.
Okay.
The last day went out to bid in 2017, and the council approved it.
Mm-hmm. So I read your position. I understand, some of the comments leading up to where you are today with this. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Sir.
Roy Dempsey, Ward 1. The tourism department has come before this committee a number of times. Mr. Morrow's obviously new, but I've always wondered what the heck we're getting from them, in terms of what are we getting out of this summit? Where are the opportunities that are being presented to the city? I don't see anything. I see a lot of closures, a lot of for sale signs. I don't see too much economic development. I see the Crown Plaza doing a little bit. They're doing something down on West Shore Road. They're doing something off 95. But where's the rest? What have they done? What has this summit done for their money? Because I haven't seen anything, and I've lived here a lot of years, and there wasn't anything under the previous administration, and I'm not sure where this administration is going. So maybe Mr. Moore can explain.
Roy, if I may, I know Russ has only been here less than a month, so, I'm not going to speak for Russell, but I don't know if he would be prepared to answer that question for you right now, being he's been here about 3 weeks. But I'll let Russell speak to
Sure,
that.
I can tell Mr. Dempsey that just over the last 3 weeks, I've been to about 6 or 7 new ribbon cuttings. There was a company on Airport Road called KMT. They run events. They just broke ground. A new business where Bugaboo Creek used to be just opened up. It's called Dogtopia. There's been several others. I know that you mentioned the Crown Plaza. Right next to the Crown Plaza, Ortho, Rhode Island, just opened up a big new medical facility. There are hopes that that's going to become a biotech center here in Warwick. So I would respectfully disagree. I think we've got a lot of economic development in the last year and a half, 2 years, and I think there's going to be more on the horizon. With respect to what Summit does for us, They host our website, they help design our ads, they help place our ads, they've helped buy our ads, all things that try to encourage tourism and try to advertise some of the great restaurants, hotels, and businesses we have and tourist attractions that come here. And, you know, people stay overnight, they use the hotels, and those hotel tax dollars come back to us. So I'm sure Summit could speak more to that, but that's the whole idea behind it, and that's what they do. One thing I would like to point out to this City Council, this honorable body, is the fact that the original bid was for $125,000. Thus far, through February 24th, we've expended $75,000. So the idea here is we're not going to expend any additional dollars. We're just looking for more time so that we can create a new bid and create a new program long term.
Okay, so that, hold on, Roy. So that everyone's clear, the contract amount, which was from March 22nd, 18 to March 22nd, 2020, was for $125,000. You are not asking this council for any additional monies. What you're asking for is an extension on the contract so that you could, my eyes is, you know, get into the swing of things, figure out what you need to do, put together a bid, go out for a new bid, and then come back here in March of 2021 looking for a new award.
At the latest, Councilman, I would agree with everything you said, except for, you know, we could come back sooner.
So what are you looking for? Are you looking for a one-year extension on this, or are you looking for 6 months?
We're looking for the
or?
one-year extension, but in the contract, it allows us to go out to bid any time and terminate the contract within 30 days. So we could notify Summit that in 30 days we're going to terminate the contract and award the bid. So
Okay.
the 1 year would be the latest.
Okay.
I like you had intimated, I'm new in the position, and I know that it takes time to rewrite the bid to the specifications that we want, and then it takes time to solicit them, review them, and then recommend an award to this honorable body. So.
Okay. Roy, did you have a follow-up?
I just want to wish well to Mr. Moore, and you know, I've known him for a few years myself, and you know, he's a very capable individual, and I think economic development, obviously we all think it's very important to keep this city moving, and just good luck to you.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Roy. And Russ, I'll also echo the welcoming into the city, welcome to the administration, and I look forward to working with you as well. I've known you for a long time. We go back to like 2007, I think is when I first met you. I've always found you to be very professional and very straightforward, and I'm sure that's what we'll see as we go forward.
Thank you, Chairman.
The question I have to my colleagues on the committee is, are you comfortable with a one-year extension? Or, I mean, it doesn't take a year to come up with an RFP and go out for bid, and you know, I'm sure Russell is very, very motivated to get us an even better deal than what we've had in the past. There's no doubt in my mind about it. So, you know, would you like to see a little shorter window, much shorter window, or are you fine with a year? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. I'm good with the year because, like you said, this was in the original bid. It gives us the option to just go with the to re-up. It's no additional money. Gives him time to get his feet settled, go out for a bid, and you know, it just gives us more flexibility. Sure. So I'm good with this. Thank you.
Any comments, Councilman Hall? I'm fine with it. So, any other comments from members of the public? Do we have any comments from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome, Russ. Item number 2, found on page 12, turnkey operation for printing. Hi, Kyla. Just state your name for the record, please.
Kyla Jones, tax collector.
Speak right into the mic, Kyla. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyla Jones, tax collector. Good evening. On behalf of the tax collector, tax assessor, water department, and sewer authority, we're requesting permission to extend the current contract with D3 Logic 1 year at the same pricing sheet of the original contract bid 2019-250 turnkey operation for printing and mailing of water, sewer, and tax billing. We had gone out to bid, and after reviewing the bids that were submitted, it was not clear who truly was the lowest qualified bidder. We have essentially used the same bid specifications for the last few bid cycles, and there are many more complex items involved in the bid that requires thorough testing if we're going to consider switching to a new vendor. This bid's not simply a printing job. There are a considerable amount of custom programming that any new vendor would need to write properly to convert the Munis extract. This program is already done in place with our existing vendor and has been fully tested. It's a little too risky to consider changing vendors without putting additional safeguards in place. We have to worry about barcode scanning. Is it processable with our lockbox? And we have to do testing. Their ability to work with the Munis tax extract, programming capabilities, and bill formatting. Additionally, there's a couple of issues that could require changes just prior to the bill printing this year, which includes the motor vehicle phase-out figures not being clearly set until the state budget is completed in June, and the city's tax relief commission that's currently working on potential changes. 11th hour changes are always challenging, but our current bill vendor has proven track record of getting the job done for us. Other vendors may be capable, but what if they're not? It's important on tax bill processing done right, and the vendor needs to demonstrate the compliance and allow us to test the time results, not just say that they can adhere to the specifications. We need proof. There are some risks of switching vendors. Substantial risk to the city's finances if we were to switch vendors just prior to our annual tax billing, which is done in June. Even small irregularities could result in the loss of public trust. In the long run, be much more costly to fix than potential savings. For those reasons, we rejected all the bids and wanted to extend our contract with our existing vendor for one more year. This option is available under our existing contract. If we are able to extend it the 1 year, it would allow us time to tighten up our bid specs to require additional documentation and proof of tax billing experience with communities in similar complexity and size to Warwick. We would ask that our vendors provide us with a test and require them to produce sample bills. I've spoken to our MIS director, and he has advised us that we would be able to test the environment, ask our vendors for sample billing, and have them provide us a reconciliation summary in regards to number of bills and amounts so that we can simultaneously do a bill run to make sure that they can handle our file. I'd also want to move the contract date of the award, maybe to start this mid-November and award in January. We really need to get away from the June tax billing. Our tax bills go out by July 4th. There are about 80,000 bills. We'd like to test this in a smaller environment, maybe with our utility billing, which is only 27,000 bills, or maybe even our sewer assessment, which is on 2 cycles. One is 650 bills, the other one is about 2,600 bills, just to make sure they can handle and do the job we need them to do.
Kyla, could you just repeat the contract change that you'd like to make for the timing?
I'd like to see the contract
Oh, for the mailing, yeah.
awarded maybe in January, but that would allow, I'd like to start in like November, have it fully awarded by January so we can start testing. We can run a few bill runs simultaneously. So I'd like to go out to bid as soon as we can tighten up these specifications. I wasn't aware we could go out to bid at any point in time because I would have definitely started this process a lot earlier. I thought we had to wait till almost our extension was up, so that was my fault.
So, Kyla, I can certainly understand your concerns I mean, we're talking about the largest financial transactions here in the city is the tax collection revenue, particularly the property tax. Yeah, I can appreciate and actually respect your concern for jumping on board with a new vendor who, as I understand it from what you just said, the city has no experience with either of those two vendors, particularly low bidder.
We don't have experience with
Okay.
the low bidder now.
And I would say it's fair to say that I certainly wouldn't want us to see those type of problems occurring with the billing of our property tax as has occurred in, let's just say, other areas of the state. So I can appreciate what you're saying, certainly appreciate your concern. And what you want to do is you want to kind of like do a test drive on a smaller tax bill like the water sewer bill, correct? That's what you want to do?
Yes.
Well, I know back in 2013-ish, when I formed the City Council Tax Review Committee, we formed that committee because of problems. It was a bit different than what you have, but it took us, I want to say it was somewhere around 5 to 7 months, to get through the process and come up with something that we were comfortable would work with the mailings and with the MIS and with Munis, and it was just a whole host of issues. So I can appreciate what you're saying there. And you've communicated with Phil from MIS on this?
I have.
Okay. Phil, would you come to the mic, please?
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director.
So, Phil, from your perspective, do you see any issues or any reasons to do something other?
No, I think Kyla put it perfectly. Standard system integration would require some type of testing that we could quiesce the system, a test system, excuse me, and then the vendor would have to do the same thing so that they could do a mock run and we could compare it to our data to make sure that the outcome would be the same, as she stated.
And you're comfortable with the process, et cetera? MIS can handle what she needs to have done?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Kyla. Thank you for your due diligence on this, and good luck with, switching things over. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 2020-257, automotive wet batteries found on page 25.
Good evening.
Good evening, Christy.
The department requests to hold this until March 23rd.
To hold on March 23rd?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, at the request of the sponsor, I need a motion to hold till March 23rd.
Motion to hold on March 23rd.
Seconded.
We have a motion to hold till March 23rd. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Christy. Sorry, PCR? 3620. PCR 3620. Thank you, Lynn. Okay, item 2020-301, repairs to H103. That is found on page 30.
Department's requesting repair to the articulating pins, bushings, bearings, and to weld and bore the hitch on H103, which is a 2002 Caterpillar front loader. We did receive an estimate quote from the vendor that manufactures the machine. It was $13,070.67. We are asking for not to exceed $16,000 in the event that should they get them, they have to actually split the machine into two pieces. That way, if there's anything internally that they find that needs to be repaired, we have some room to authorize that. No additional work will be done without authorization by the city. If it's anything that exceeds the 16,000, we will certainly have to put that on hold and come back to the council. And I can tell you that we had this repair done on our oldest machine, which is a 1997 966F in 2013. At that time, we requested a not to exceed 16,000, and the invoice came in at 9566.54. So there's a chance it could be less than what we're asking.
And Christy, do you or any of the members in your department, do you anticipate the possibility for any additional work needing to be done?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't. We got an estimate, which I believe was included in your package. It seems pretty on point, but just so if it's, another $1,000 in parts or something is to not delay the repair, we have the ability to authorize them to fix it.
And this machine, this is a real workhorse machine for your department,
It
right?
is.
And I know I spoke with Matt earlier this morning, and the question I asked was, what's the cost if you had to go out and replace this machine? And could you just put that on the record for us?
They're approximately $400,000.
Okay. So your feeling, department's feeling, is that this machine is a real good machine, still plenty of life in the machine, has a few broken parts here and there that need to be repaired, and you can do this for $16,000, get, unforeseeable amount of use out of this machine, as opposed to running out and spending $400,000 for a new machine.
Correct.
Pretty well sums it up?
Yes.
Okay, makes sense. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do I have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Christie. Item 2023-02, found on page 37.
This request is for the same vendor, Milton Cat, for an extended warranty on our two newest machines. We have a 938M and a 950M. They're both 2015 machines. We had previously purchased an extended warranty on them for $10,116. It was 3 years or 3,000 hours, whichever came first. After doing some research, and we are going to ask for an additional extended warranty costing $21,360 on these machines. The 950M under warranty had $45,137.63 in repairs that the city did not have to pay for. The 938 had $2,360.89 in repairs that the city did not pay for, and that's a total of $47,498.52. So that was $10,000 that was well spent by the department, which is why we're asking to purchase an additional 3 years or 3,000 hours on these machines for $21,360.
Okay, so we're talking two machines.
Yes.
Again, two relatively new machines that are performing well and certainly earn their keep in the department. I had also spoken with Matt earlier this morning, and my understanding is on the 950M, right now you have 684 hours beyond the extended warranty and 618 hours beyond the extended warranty of 935M. And the company issuing the new warranty is willing to include that in addition to our 3,000 hours that you're looking for. So this is even a better deal than what we had in the first place. Again, what I'm told is to replace each of these machines, we're looking at about $500,000 to replace these two machines. So this, and keep in mind, I'm not a big fan of these extended warranties, but I think given the numbers that we're talking about here to replace or buy a new machine, yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to be a little flexible in what you think is good and what you don't think is good all the time. And I think, for me, this is one of the times. So, good effort. To me, it makes sense. I like to spend $21,000 to save $1 million, at least right now. I spoke again with the director, and he indicates to me that you expect a lot of years going down the road with this machine. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions, committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Sir?
My question is, what are we getting the warranty on? All parts and labor for every part in that piece of machinery? Or is there a deductible where we're only getting a warranty for maybe large replacement items? What kind of warranty is this?
Good question. Roy, before, I assume Christie is going to want to speak to that, or Matt, but as I understand it, some of the items that they've already replaced on these two machines, they're big numbers. So it's not like, a hose or a spark plug or, a valve stem or something. The numbers are huge. And when you blow a tranny on one of these machines, that's some serious dough. But I'll let Christie answer
Well, I
your
think
question.
that's sort of the basis of my question
Right.
is, are we warranting
Yep.
for that type of, or are we warranting for
That's above
lesser?
my pay grade, so I'll let Christie answer that one for you.
So the warranty covers parts and labor for powertrain and hydraulics. And I can actually speak to the previous one we had. We spent $10,000 for a warranty on the two machines. We had a transmission repair on the 950, which was a little over $34,000. And it wasn't a replacement transmission, it was only a repair. These machines are very complicated. They have a lot of computer modules. They're, very state-of-the-art, but when something goes wrong, it's very expensive.
Roy, you good with that?
I'm still not sure what we're getting the warranty on. Are we getting warranty for those everyday breakage type of things, or are we warranting for those items
you
where
wanna
we're
speak
going
to
to
it?
get big ticket?
Matthew Salitro, Department of Public Works Director for the City of Warwick. So, Mr. Dempsey, it's basically all your drivetrain items. It's not for a...
Matt, keep it on the mic, okay? Yeah.
It's for your drivetrain items, which would be the transmission, all the electronics required to shift it, the motor. Frequently, from time to time and periodically, these machines require a software update. So if we had to buy the software package and update it, that comes as an expense to my department. Rather than that, we have Milton Cat come down under this warranty procedure, and they reprogram all the electronics, the drivetrain parts, and things like that. If we blow a transmission, as Christie had stated, and Councilman Lattiser, it's $34,000. So it's basically for the heavy-duty items. Obviously not tires, grease fittings, hydraulic hoses, windshield wipers, things like that, but the major components in the drivetrain system of these vehicles.
Thank you, Matt. And also, keep in mind that I believe at least one of these machines is 2015.
They both are.
Both are 2015, so they're 5 years old. So, you know what? I think we're getting a deal because we're getting a 3,000-hour extended warranty on two machines that are 5 years old.
And also, as stated, I might add that Milton Cat is going to start the 3,000 hours from where we are today in
Right.
time, and not the 5,000 hours, which should have, we
Sure.
should have grabbed the warranty at that point.
And that was as of this morning, 5,684 hours on one, 5,618 hours on another.
Correct.
So that's a bonus. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from members of the public? Hearing none, need a motion.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Okay, back to PCR 3320. Just give me an approval on the minutes again, please.
Seconded.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
PCR 3320. We will move on to PCR 34-20, resolution relative to abatements, and that is going to be held for executive session, correct?
Correct.
See that? You didn't even have to announce yourself. I'm getting better at this.
I'll get the next
Little
one, too.
practice and I'll be okay. All right, thank you. So that will be held for executive session. What? Anything else? Do we need to do anything else for this, or what? Need a motion? Oh, okay, okay. The clerk just told me, so this is the regular abatements?
We have two, yeah.
Okay, so let's hear them.
So good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Finance Committee, members of the Council. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have abatements in the amount of $3,540.97. The majority of these are people that appealed their assessments and got favorable reductions from the Board of Assessment Review, but I'll answer any questions that you might have.
I think they're pretty clear. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? The abatement is $3,540.97 in totality. Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
PCO 7-19, Pension Board, that is me, and I am going to hold that until, let's hold that until April 6th. No, let's hold it till March 23rd.
Motion to hold on March 23rd. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold till March 23rd. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. PCO 17-19 ordinance relative to senior and veterans exemptions. I'm going to hold that one until April 6th.
Motion to hold to April 6th. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item number 5, PCO 2119, an ordinance relative to employee benefits. I'm also going to hold that one till April 6th.
Motion to hold to April 6th. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. PCO 29-19, an ordinance relative to tangible property tax regarding vacant storefronts. Councilman Sinapi. We have a request from the sponsor to hold till April 6th. I need a motion.
A motion to hold to April 6th. Seconded.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. PCR 195-19, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. Councilman Sinapi. We have a motion, a request from the sponsor to hold till March 23rd. I need a motion.
Motion to hold to March 23rd. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold till March 23rd. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. PCR 4-20. Sorry? Say that again? Yes, that's the executive session one. Okay. Okay, so we're going to hold that till executive session. PCR 13-20, need a motion? Okay, a motion to hold till executive session.
I'll make a motion to move it to executive session.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, PCR 13-20. I will make a motion to withdraw.
I'll second the motion to withdraw.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 15-20, resolution relative to school bonding consideration. Make a motion to hold till March 23rd.
Motion to hold on March 23rd. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
PCO, sorry, 7-20. I'm going to hold that also to, I'm going to hold that till April 6th, please.
Motion to hold to April 6th. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCO 8-20, an ordinance relative to the ratification of teacher contracts and support personnel contracts, hold till April 6th.
Motion to hold to April 6th. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCR 26-20, resolution requesting the Department of Works address the tree stump on White Rock Road. That tree stump has been removed, and I am going to withdraw that PCR.
I'll second the withdrawal motion.
We have a motion to withdraw. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 2720, resolution to the Rhode Island General Assembly requesting permission for a ballot question. I am going to hold that until March 23rd.
Motion to hold on March 23rd. Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 29-20, a resolution memorializing the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the City of Warwick to issue not to exceed $10,000 obligation bonds, notes, and other evidence of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipment of athletic and/or recreational fields and facilities for the city's high schools, subject to approval of state housing aid at a reimbursement rate or share rate ratios of not less than 35% at the time of issuance, and provided that the authorization shall be reduced by the amount of certain grants received from state proceeds from the Rhode Island Department of Education and for Rhode Island School Building Authority. After all of that, I need a recess. No, I'm only kidding. Councilman Sinapi.
So in light of RIDE confirming that there's no time crunch, and in light of the school department's request, I'm going to hold this. We'll go to the next meeting, March 20th. Well, March is stacked. We'll go to April, first meeting.
What's your pleasure, Councilman?
First meeting of April.
First
Hold,
meeting in
please.
April. I need a motion to, at the request of the sponsor, to hold until April 6th.
Motion to hold to April 6th. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And it is 5:43, and the Finance Committee is adjourned in
that a record?
time. Record time.
39 minutes.
I promise not to make that a habit.
I know. Sun shining, it's a beautiful day outside.
That's what happens. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah,
We'll
okay.
move it to the floor. Then,
I wasn't questioning it, it was fine. I said, is,
excuse me, everyone. So I need to reopen the Finance Committee. Need a motion to open the Finance Committee.
seconded.
Reopened at 6 o'clock. And we need to revisit PCR 29-20. We're going to rescind the motion to hold till April 6th. I'm going to make a motion to send it to the floor for discussion, and that's the motion. So make a motion to send to the floor for discussion. And we will also, at that time, suspend the council rules and allow for input from the public. So that's the motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Finance Committee is adjourned at 6:02.
Ordinance.
Yeah, where's Snapper go? Oh, okay. All right, so.
It's ridiculous. The only thing is, if I'm gonna do this, somebody should be letting me know what's going on. This wasn't brought to my attention. Yeah, I know, I'm just being honest, but I mean, it would be fair to me to be involved with what's happening. Sorry. Nice to know what's going on instead of things being done. I want everything done right, but nobody wants to include me. But everybody's quick to complain. Everybody's quick to complain.
I call the Ordinance Committee at 6:06. First off on the docket is acceptance of the minutes from the February 24th. Do I have a motion?
And move acceptance.
It's been moved. Do I have a second? Second. Moved and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. First up is PCO 1-20. An ordinance in regards to no parking signs to be erected on the north side of Hall Street. This is Councilman Corley for second passage.
I would move second passage.
I will second your motion. Do I have any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public for second passage on an ordinance in regards to no parking signs to be erected on the north side of Hall Street? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Number 2 is PCO 10-19, an ordinance in regards to water discharge. This is not drafted. Councilman Lattiser?
Hold till April 6th.
I'll make a motion to hold to April 6th on behalf of the sponsor. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Number 3 is PCO 9-20, an ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30 of PCO 8-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. This is not drafted. Councilwoman Travis.
April 27th.
I'll make a motion on behalf of the sponsor to hold to April 20. What is it? Second.
27th.
Second.
Second meeting.
27. Thank you. I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Ordinance is closed at 6:07.
Gotta get that 1 minute, huh? Okay, what's up next? Assuming there's something else.
Hey, Councilman. How are you? Good, how's it going? Here you go.
you do it? Did you pull it, Tim?
Thank you. Thanks for the update. We have to declare a state of emergency so Lynn doesn't have to come to work.
Fair enough. Public safety will convene at 6:20 p.m. First thing on the docket, acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on February 24th, 2020.
Motion to accept?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is PCO 24-19, ordinance in regards to one-way traffic on Alice Avenue. Councilman McAllister. Request with the sponsor to hold for 1 month.
Motion to hold PCO 24-19.
April 6th.
I'm sorry?
April 6th.
Oh, I'm sorry. Till April 6th?
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, PCO 4-20, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs. Councilman Lattiser.
I'm going to hold that till March 23rd, please.
Motion by sponsor to hold PCO 4-20 till March 23rd?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is PCR 10-20, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold April 6th.
Per request of the sponsor, hold PCR 10-20 till April 6th?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
PCR 12-20, a resolution relative to the installation of street sign at Lenox Avenue and Warwick Neck Avenue. Councilman Lattiser.
Withdrawn. Motion to withdraw. That was, that issue was partially taken care of. I did verify that the other sign would be looked at, so I'm comfortable with that, and I'll make a motion to withdraw.
Motion by sponsor to withdraw PCR 12-20.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is PCR 21-20, resolution relative to claims. Mary McGann. And it's my understanding that Ms. McGann would like this held. You can come up to the mic if you wish, ma'am. You could also bring her the mic again.
You gotta go to the mic.
Sorry, our sound system is not great. So just state your name to the record and put your mouth very close to that mic, unfortunately. Hi, miss. It's my understanding that you want this held for a few months. All right. Does May 4th work for you?
Per request of the claimant, hold PCR 21-20 till May 4th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Miss. PCR 23-30, a resolution regarding erecting a stop sign at the intersection of Marblehead Street and Holden Street. Councilman Lattiser.
Well, thank you, Chair. So, this is at the request of my constituents in that particular area. I did have a traffic study done by the police department. They recommended favorable action on that, so I respectfully request approval on PCR 23-30.
So Councilman Lattiser has indicated traffic study was done, and he wants the stop signs put in, which we do require the resolution to do that. So any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none, we can entertain a vote.
Move for favorable action on PCR 23-30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Next is PCR 20, scratch that, PCR 31-20, resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign at the northeast section of Abbott Avenue and Clinton Avenue. Councilman McAllister.
Councilman McAllister, this is PCR 31-20, Abbott Avenue and Clinton Avenue. Do you move for favorable action? Councilman McAllister requests favorable action on PCR 31-20.
Second.
All right, any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none.
Move for favorable action, PCR 31-20.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCR 32-20, resolution in regards to erecting 3 stop signs on east and westbound sides of Grant Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue and the westbound side of Hayes Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue. Councilwoman Travis and Councilman McAllister. All right. Sponsors request favorable action. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none.
Move for PCR 32-20 for favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did we vote on the minutes yet? We did, right? Thank you.
Anything secretly waiting in the wings then, or are we good?
I think we're good.
No. So public safety concludes at 6:26 p.m.
The Intergovernmental Committee begins at 6:34. The first item on the agenda is the acceptance of the minutes from the committee held on February 24th. I believe Councilman Howe was not here for that, so...
I was here for that meeting. I move for favorable action.
Okay.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The first item is PCR 184-19 Sub A, a resolution relative to no commercial trucking on Narragansett Parkway. I am the sponsor of that, and I had a conversation with Councilman Sinapi concerning a conversation with Representative McNamara that had first contacted me on this. Councilman Sinapi, when did he say he would have the information concerning the wording of the resolution?
So he didn't say one way or another the date, but presumably once we see it amended, we can grab it.
Okay. Well, then I would, as a sponsor, I would ask that we continue it until the second meeting of next month so that we can get the actual language rather than the CFR, which I have, which is written in legalese and is very confusing.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So when I was just talking about mine and having the traffic study for the stop sign that I had at that particular location, I didn't see a traffic study here for yours on 184-19. Has a traffic study been done on that?
I am unaware whether, I know that I did not request one. I don't know if Representative McNamara did or did not, but I will try to reach him on that.
Okay, thank you. I think that, may help the issue.
Mr. Chairman, you requested that we hold this until PCR 184-19 Sub A until April 27th.
Yes.
Motion to hold PCR 184-19 Sub A till April 27th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item on the agenda is PCR 196-19, resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools. Not drafted. Council President Marola. On the resolution for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools, the resolution's not drafted.
Per request of the sponsor, PCR 196-19, hold until March 23rd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Third item is PCR 24-20, a resolution requesting that the Department of Public Works address the pothole, sinkhole, and drainage issues at the Anglesey community. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold till April 6th. I'm sorry, hold till May 4th.
Per request of the sponsor, hold PCR 24-20 till May 4th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item on the agenda is PCR 25-20, a resolution requesting that the Department of Public Works address tree debris, street flooding in the vicinity of Hampton and Gray Streets. Councilman Lattiser, on
That's PCR 2620?
25-20.
I'm sorry, 2520?
We have it.
I'll withdraw.
Per request of the sponsor, move to withdraw PCR 25-20.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is PCR-2820, a resolution supporting the codification of the cancer presumption by the General Assembly. It's not drafted. Councilman Sinapi.
Councilman Sinapi. PCR 28-20, the resolution supporting codification of cancer presumption by the General Assembly. Not drafted. Per request of the sponsor, hold until second meeting of April. 24th?
27.
Sorry. Hold till April 27th.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Last item on the agenda is PCR-30-20, a resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation to establish an Ocean State Climate Adaptation and Resilience Fund. Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be requesting favorable action on this item. I'll read the last paragraph to you. It says, be it further resolved that the city clerk send a copy of this resolution to senators representing Rhode Island, including Senator McCaffrey, Erin Lynch, Mark McKenney, Representative Joseph McNamara, David Bennett, Lita Sakachi, Joe Solomon Jr., Representative Vella Wilkinson, Evan Shanley, et cetera, et cetera. These are the individuals in the General Assembly who are sponsoring this legislation. We do have someone here this evening from Save the Bay, Topa Hamlet, who has asked me to docket this resolution, and he's looking for support from the City Council for this item, which is very, very important. So if you could indulge, Mr. Chairman, and allow Mr. Topa to come to the mic.
Okay.
He can explain it much better than I.
That's fine. Could you state your name, please? Okay, could you speak into the mic or turn it on? You hit the bottom. Just push it till the red light's on. All right. Is the light?
We're going to need you with that.
It's on, but it's not.
No,
there we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Just keep your mouth real
Thank you.
close to the mic.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser, and thank you, members of the council. The Ocean State Climate Adaptation and Resilience Fund, affectionately known as OSCAR, would establish a fund for cities and towns to tap to deal with the impacts of things like sea level rise, flooding, coastal erosion, et cetera. And it would, if enacted, it would create about a $2 million per year fund. Cities and towns could apply. It would not require a city and town match significantly. So that's an important point. I will say that our staff has worked very closely with city staff on projects at Oakland Beach, Long Meadow, as well as City Park to do some of these projects, which mean pulling pavement back from the water, regrading the landscape so the beaches and public parts of this city can remain viable for a lot longer than they would be otherwise. So it's real good on-the-ground work. It brings jobs. It hires local construction and engineering firms and design firms. But most importantly, it helps cities and towns like Warwick, who are on the front lines of dealing with these kinds of impacts.
Thank you. I have a question for you.
Yes.
I've seen a presentation by Senator Whitehouse concerning this issue where he had the projected maps of what Rhode Island will look like at the end of this century, 80 years from now. And it seems that Warwick will be have quite a few islands that we don't have now, and that some of this is inevitable, and the planning in order to be able to have the infrastructure to be able to have bridges or ways of getting to the areas that nature is going to put water barriers between us is something that is very important, and I understand that, and I appreciate it, and if we can get the funding for it, I am in full support of this. Because I do believe that it is something that unfortunately is inevitable. We may be able to correct some of our misbehaviors as the occupants of this world, but some of this is going to happen no matter how much planning goes into it. So planning to deal with the future natural conditions is something that is essential.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse and CRMC Director Grover Fugate have been going around the state touring, and CRMC's own projections are that Warwick and the East Bay communities are going to be the hardest hit by sea level rise. So the idea behind this is to help cities and towns keep these public places and the environment that is so important to them viable for as long as possible as we make that transition.
And you said that this would allow for federal funding of how much money to be able to work on this?
So the fund, if enacted, this bill would generate $2 million in state funds per year that would qualify the state and the cities and towns that tap this fund for federal matching dollars. There are a whole host of programs that are available now. By one example, the state's Habitat Restoration Fund, which this city has tapped before, has in the last 15 years generated about $35 million in federal dollars. I'm not saying to you that enactment of this Oscar bill will do that, but you get a sense of how much leveraging power in effect that it would have.
Yes, I understand that the federal funding comes with a copay by the cities and towns, but it is a very small portion, and the federal government has in the past shouldered the majority of the funding for these types of projects. But we have to participate, and we have to also educate the public on the importance of this. So this would be a resolution to the General Assembly that the City of Warwick is in support of this.
Well, we'd like to recognize Representative Vella Wilkinson and Senator Lynch Prada for introducing the legislation in their respective chambers.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just quickly to add, ironically, I was invited to a neighborhood meeting where I live, which is in the Upper Warwick Neck. Not the same organization or the same reason, but about that very same thing, climate change, sea level rise, et cetera. And as in parts of Councilwoman Travis's ward, Warwick Neck will in fact become an island if we have any of these severe storms, or just as, you know, nature takes its normal course of action over the years. So it is a significant concern, and it's certainly a significant concern to all of those folks that live in Upper Warwick Neck. And not just Upper Warwick Neck, we're going to be cut off at West Shore Road. So we're going to be needing boats. So yes, I think this is a great issue. Certainly something is important for us in terms of the financing mechanism as well. So thank you, Topra, for your efforts with this, and also thank you to the sponsors at the General Assembly.
I've seen that prediction, and I do know that it is very close to West Shore Road that the water will be separating Warwick Neck from the rest of Warwick. Councilwoman Travis?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you for coming and bringing, speaking on this. I've been working closely with Wendy Ferguson from Save the Bay, and we already see the erosion in Oakland Beach on the Brush Neck Cove side, and we are working on projects right now. But I did see the maps and been to a lot of the meetings, and I've seen Warwick Neck divided, and there, one part it was on one side, and the other part it was completely divided, and Oakland Beach part of Oakland Beach wasn't even going to be there. So this is a very serious question. I'd like to ask the sponsor. I'd like to co-sponsor it.
By all means, Mr. Chair, I would also welcome all the colleagues on the City Council to unanimously co-sponsor this in support of the actions.
I was going to ask if I could be added
Absolutely.
as a sponsor, and I think that Councilman McAllister wants to be, and Councilman Ricks, McElroy, Howe, and the president, who probably wants to talk for a little while.
I wanted to address Mr. Topol when it's
We
appropriate.
have Councilman Sinapi as well.
Yes.
Mr. Tobin, you had mentioned that Grover Fugate and Senator Whitehouse have been touring. Could you just fill us in on what they've been doing?
Well, so they've, I think, at the invitation of local chambers of commerce or public organizations or private organizations, they actually will. They don't do this all the time, but one or both of them you will see at events where they actually try to provide a sobering, if not depressing, view of what's coming and what's underway.
So I too have been reading this, and I actually have been talking to my colleagues in the administration about this issue also. And I was going to actually announce that tonight that on April 13th at Tollgate High School from 6 to 8 p.m., Senator Whitehouse and Grover Fugate will be coming to Warwick to talk on that issue. And hopefully it will be, enlightening for everybody and enlightening for our constituents. And I was so pleased that they had agreed to come to speak to us. Thank you.
I appreciate that this city council is and the mayor are looking at this seriously now. This is tough stuff. It's both short term and long term. So I'm glad that they're coming, and I'll try to come myself to that event.
I believe Councilman Howe has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one quick question. It's the hard question that we have to ask because I kind of made a commitment 3 years ago that I would always question and ask this question. Is there any unfunded mandates that will burden the city that you are aware of with this legislation?
This does not come with unfunded mandates. And in fact, compared to most state and federal grant programs, this does not require a match by the city. So if the federal government, say, were to come in with a opportunity for the city to get fundings, this city could tap this Oscar fund to use as leverage. So no, there are no unfunded mandates in this legislation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the honest answer.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
I have one question for you. We'll get to you in a second. I'll forget it if I don't ask it. I spent 6 or 8 years on the city zoning board prior to coming on to the council, and I have seen all of the real estate projects that have gone up along the coastline, and I know that we haven't had a real hurricane since 1954 or 1956 where it comes up through Warwick, goes by Warwick into the Providence River. And I am just curious as to how the insurance companies are dealing with these houses that are going up, other than the fact that most of them are built on Falls first floor, which is supposed to be the flood zone. But having seen footage that was black and white and grainy, I know that Mother Nature is going to laugh at that as she takes all those 3-story homes with her and deposits them on land or undersea. So do you have any information concerning how that is being prepared for?
The flood insurance issue is not my area.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. We
Yeah.
can't hear what you're saying over here. There's some conversation taking place in the rear of the chamber, and
Okay, could
it's
I ask
obstructing.
the gentleman in the back to take their conversation on the other side of the doors? The acoustics are difficult.
So
They didn't hear you.
Councilman Sinapi. Thank you.
So I am not an expert in flood insurance. However, Council President Marola mentioned this presentation by Director Fugate and Senator Whitehouse. They will absolutely cover that issue. They're well stooped in it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the council that has any questions for the presenter? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the council have any questions or any other comments? Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to speak on this issue?
Yeah, Roy Dempsey, Ward 1. You know, there's a number of programs that we have out there right now in terms of the impacts of whatever the climate change may be, or if it in fact does occur, when it will occur, whatever. The gentleman just came up here and he said, we want $2 million. And I heard other council people say, well, we have projects that are going on, we know what needs to be done, because apparently there's already been planning and designing done. Now, he's come up here and asked for $2 million, but he's already put in there, he said, because we want to put designing and planning. And I'm not sure where production comes in there. I'm not sure where the effort to make change comes in there. The words that came out to me were more planning documents. Now, maybe he can satisfy it to say, well, we've got a certain portion that we're going to coordinate some planning, but in terms of doing things that we need to be done, here's the amount of monies that we're going to expend. Other than that, this is just more planning and more designing and really gets us nowhere. So maybe you can just say if there's going to be monies that are going to be spent and actually making changes to the coastline or making changes to the land and the contours instead of more designing and planning. Thank you.
You're welcome, and I understand that that is something that is important, and I would suggest that probably the meeting on April 13th, when the director of CRMC and Senator Whitehouse can speak of what actual actions can be taken in the near future to deal with this issue. But if you want to try to add to that, you're certainly welcome.
Sure. Thank you. I just want to make it very clear that this legislation, which is state legislation, would fund design, engineering, construction projects, all the above.
Okay.
And I think that goes to the question that I had. They've got $2 million out there. How much do they set aside for design? How much do they set aside for planning? And more important, how much is going to be in the actual construction and the do list of making the changes that are needed? Thank you.
You're welcome. I know that the state representatives might have the issues concerning the actual economics of the setup of how they're going to disperse that money, and they may have the specific information you're requesting, or I'm sure it will be brought up. I know I will be there on April 13th, and I will ask that question of CRMC and our senator. Chief DePasquale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Honorable Warwick City Council. My name is William DePasquale. I'm the Chief of Staff and also the City Planner. Mayor Solomon supports this legislation in that the funding will go a long way to meet the initiatives that was brought forth over a year ago under Mayor Solomon's initiation. He worked with CRMC to develop these SERI maps. Wasn't a long time ago where we all saw the 3D visualization from URI, and the city was selected as a pilot. We willingly attended meetings down in URI, really worked hard on understanding what sea level rise and climate change could do to the city of Warwick. Not only was the SERI created with the city of Warwick being the pilot under the administration, but we were also included as a sustainability element in the comprehensive plan. I like to brag that we were the first in the state with a sustainability element within the comprehensive plan. Thirdly, we also have an emergency management planning document. But what is common is they're all plans. And while the 3D visualization is really important because the everyday person can really get an understanding of what a storm surge could do, the nuts and bolts is funding. And we all ask about, okay, it's great to understand that we may be in harm's way. How do we fund projects that would mitigate and adapt? And any funding that would come without hitch or without a share is something that we obviously support. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the public that wishes to be heard on this? Anyone else on the council that has any further comments? Then PCR 30-20, I think that the entire council has asked to be added as co-sponsors. We have a motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
That closes the...
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Just for clarification, to make sure that there was an official motion made, and I do apologize. PCR 30-20, move for favorable action.
Second.
Okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
That closes the intergovernmental meeting at 6:58.
It's in for it.
Public properties are next, right? Public properties?
The time is now 7:01 p.m. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order. First up, acceptance of the February 24, 2019 committee minutes.
I would move acceptance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, first item on the agenda, PCO 5-20, an ordinance in regards to amending the stipulation imposed on the Cumberland Farms development on 87 West Natick Road. This is up for second passage. Councilman Sinapi. The councilman has requested favorable action. Do we have a motion?
I would move for favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, excuse me. Any comments from members of the council? Members of the committee? Members of the public? Hearing none? Do we have a motion?
I'll move for favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second, PCO 30-19, ordinance involving state law regarding unutilized commercial property. This is not drafted. Councilman Sinapi. Hold to April 6th.
I would move that we hold it to April 6th at the sponsor's request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Third, PCO 10-20, an ordinance relative to amendment of the of the Warwick zoning ordinance regulations for the installation of solar energy system. This is Councilman Snappy. First passage, not drafted.
At the request of the sponsor, I would move that we hold it to March 23rd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and held to March 23rd. I believe that's it for the docket. Any other items that I may be missing? Seeing none, the committee adjourns at 7:03 p.m.
Actually, I work with both of them. They're both on my team. They both work at home. They coach, but they coach to 8. And they both live in Warwick. Yeah. And Jerry's my neighbor, and Joe is your constituent. So when he said Connecticut, for some reason I was thinking Warwick. So I bring that over. And he goes, no, Connecticut. I'm like, oh my God, Connecticut. So that's why I said McElroy. You know, I was thinking Warwick. It's all the way down there. Yeah. It's also That's
That's right, yeah, I know. Well, that's, yeah, the office I pay for.
I have to joke because wards, I think, yeah, it's pretty much wards 2 and 3 that are away from the bay. I think everybody else touches the bay, right? Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna say that it has like Aspinall Cove. Yeah, so technically, I mean, Ward 2 has the Tuxet River, but it doesn't exactly touch the bay. Too far from it. They're the landlubbers.
Of course, the way they're talking about.
Oh, it sure will. It's inevitable. Pretty good. How about you? Plugging along? It's going well. Looks like we're getting all fancy here with the PowerPoint. Yeah, I think that might be part of it. I know that we also have the resolution of congratulations. Yeah, yeah, but I don't know if this is related to that. I think this is related to the fields, but I'm not sure. Look at this binder technology.
So what is that quick? Tell me. Picture. Where is it?
Pretty sure it's not Warwick.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Is it China?
The rolling hills and mountains of Ward 8. I don't know. I have to make that joke from now on because of that picture we got the other day, right?
Which one?
Oh, it was this zoning thing where they had a artist's graphic rendition of
Coming back to me.
yeah, that house where they were trying to make it a duplex, and it was outside of the zoning by like 100 square feet or something.
Yeah.
So that's why they were here. And yeah, they had a graphic generation design where it had a background of like rolling hills.
So, The city council will come to order, and the clerk will call the roll. Here.
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 Councilman Sinapi, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I apologize because I didn't see these gentlemen in front of me, and they were supposed to lead us in the national anthem. So if we could do that one more time, and if you guys could project your voices to the crowd a little bit too. I apologize because I didn't see you down there. We'll do it one more time for them. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk's going to play the national anthem. If we could face the flag.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Could you just tell us your names?
Jaden,
What's your last name, Jade?
Leo,
Okay.
Jack Sabatelli.
Jack Sabatelli, well, I wanted to thank you very much for doing the national anthem for us tonight, okay? Thank you. Could all be seated. The first item on the agenda is executive communications. And we do have on item number 14 that we'll be going into the executive session, but we do have a few presentations under general communications that we wanted to get done before that. So if you could bear with us without objection, we'll move to general communications, and I would call on Councilman Howe to come forward with his proclamations.
Mr. President, I would ask that Councilman McElroy join me. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. My honorable colleagues of this council and Councilman McElroy, as we take a moment to honor some of Warwick's finest in the sense of people that have committed over 20 years of their lives to mold, train, teach, and mentor the youth within the city of Warwick. If I could ask Coach Jerry Sabatelli and Coach Joseph Leal to come on up, please. Right here, buddy. I know how much you love this. And I thank you guys for coming, and I want to thank the wives for getting them together. I know how hard that was, and for the children for coming and getting ready and taking time out of your family as well as the parents. I'll read on behalf of Coach Sabatelli, on behalf of the governing body of all citizens in our community, it gives a great deal of pleasure to express to Jerry Sabatelli, head coach of the Tollgate varsity wrestling team, our sincere congratulations for an inspirational and exciting season. And whereas Coach Sabatelli is a lifelong Warwick resident and a graduate of Pilgrim High School, he was appointed head coach in the 1999-2000 season, division champions in 2017, 2019, and 2020. Coach celebrated his 300th win on February 5th, 2020, and whereas the team's accomplishments are consistent with head coach Sabatelli's dedication to academic excellence, personal growth, and team unity,
And now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Warwick City Council honor Coach Sabatelli and the Tollgate Wrestling team for their outstanding achievements and commend them for their display of sportsmanship and leadership. The city clerk is directed to forward this to Coach, and the resolution takes effect upon its passage. Oh, you have yours?
And I would also like to say, on behalf of the governing body and all the citizens of our community, it gives us a great deal of pleasure to express to Joseph Joe Leal, assistant coach of the Tollgate Varsity Wrestling Team, our sincere congratulations for an inspirational and exciting season. And whereas Coach Leal is a lifelong Warwick resident and a graduate of Warwick Veterans Memorial High School, he was appointed assistant coach of the Tollgate Wrestling Team in the 2005-2006 season, becoming division champions in 2017, 2019, and 2020. Coach Leal celebrated his 200th win on February 5th, 2020. And whereas the team's accomplishments are consistent with Assistant Coach Leal's dedication to academic excellence, personal growth, and team unity, and now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and the Warwick City Council honor Coach Leal and the Tollgate Wrestling Team for their outstanding achievements and commend them for their display of sportsmanship and leadership. The city clerk is directed to forward a copy of this resolution to Coach Joseph Joe Leal. This resolution shall take effect upon its passage.
Coaches, thank you and congratulations.
Keep up the good work. Yes, they are. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Coaches, before you go, I want to thank Chairwoman from the school committee, Karen Backus, here to witness this, and Superintendent Thornton for being here to witness this, and the community and the wrestlers, and the parents of the wrestlers, and the parents of the coaches, and the family of the coaches. Thank you so much, because we do know the family, there's a lot of sacrifice, as we see, when you guys go 3 days a week at least to go to tournaments, and then on weekends, every other weekend, and then also coaching your own boys as you do. There's a lot of commitment. But, Coach, I wanted to give you the opportunity if you wanted to address anyone.
All right, sure. First off, just, I'm quite honored, as I'm sure Joe is. Just a little trivial thing. Councilman Sinapi wrestled for me years ago as well. I've been around, 22 years. And it seems like, every 6 or 7 years, we're hitting that 100 wins. And it's because of kids like these three that showed up that just dedicate themselves for three months. Wrestling's not an easy sport, and most of our kids that we get at Tollgate start in high school. And to be able to, win at least 3 out of the last 4 in our division is quite something. And it's a credit to their commitment and dedication along with their other teammates. So thank you for this great honor.
I'd also like to thank my team for standing behind Coach and I. They support us as much as we support them. They put in the hard work, and it really makes our job very easy. I would also like to thank my wife. We spend countless hours practice. We're not getting home till 6 o'clock in the evening, sometimes 11 o'clock at night on weekends. So, behind great coaches is a great family and a great set of wives and in-laws and parents and everybody else that is involved in the making of a great team. Thank you.
If you'd like to go around, come up. Yeah, of course. Yep.
She can't.
I also want to identify school committee chair members Coben and school committee chairperson Nate Cornell for being here. Thank you both for being here.
Oh, yeah.
And I also would like to recognize William McCaffrey, the new Director of Secondary Education for the City of Warwick. Okay, go.
Thank you. So while we're getting settled, we are under general communications. Are there any other general communications from council members? Anything else? As we did say in one of the committees, and I'll mention again now, I'd like to thank Senator Whitehouse and also Mr. Fugate for agreeing to host one of those seminars that they've been doing around the state here in Warwick on April 13th from 6 to 8. I think it'll be very educational, and that will be at Tollgate High School. If there are no other general communications, the next item on the agenda is the acceptance of minutes from council meetings held on January 22nd. Do I have a motion for favorable action? Councilman Lattiser? Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Also, could I have a motion for approval of the minutes of February 3rd, 2020?
Favorable action.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. And also...
Mr. President?
Yes.
I apologize. I need to abstain from the February 3rd.
And we'll... okay, so let's take a vote on each one then.
Thank you.
On January 2nd, we'll just take a voice... On January 22nd, thank you. We'll take a voice vote on that to approve the minutes on January 22nd, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the minutes from January 22nd, 2020 have been approved. Do you want to, Attorney Conley, there's one person that's going to abstain. We usually do a voice vote. We could do a voice vote, but mention his abstention. Okay. So we have had a motion and seconded for February 3rd, 2020 minutes. Councilman Howe will abstain. Is there any other questions on that? If not, a yes is to approve. So all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? So February 3rd, 2020 minutes stand approved. Next item is February 24th, 2020 minutes. Could I have a motion for favorable?
Favorable action.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Any comments? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And the ayes have it, and the minutes have been approved for February 24th, 2020. Announcement of appointments, there are none. Announcements requiring confirmation, there are none. Before we get to the consent calendar, without objection, I was going to move to the matter PCR 2920, and I understand that the school department is presentation on that. If they could approach and make that presentation. And
Good evening,
was
President.
there was a recommendation from finance before we do that, Councilman? Just was that to bring it?
It was moved to the floor for discussion.
Okay.
Move favorable to the
So it's
floor
floor.
for discussion.
Okay, and is there a second? Councilman McAllister, Councilman? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And so, excuse me. Sure. Okay. And council has advised us, and I will mention, if there are any members of the public that want to comment, since there wasn't a comment in at the Finance Committee, they will be allowed to. So with that said, I'll turn the presentation over to the school committee and adjourn to a place where I can see.
Thank you, President Marola. Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction for the School Department, council members. Per your request, you're looking for a presentation on the estimate for the fields, potentially, for the bond for both Tollgate and Pilgrim. We have retained the PAR group, so I am going to have David Potter and Art Eddy do their presentation for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for listening to this presentation tonight. We put this together at the request of Warwick Public Schools to to talk about athletic improvements at the two high schools, the Tollgate High School and the Pilgrim High School. My name is David Potter. I work for Park Corporation. We are a Rhode Island consulting engineering firm. We're celebrating our 50th year. We're based in Lincoln, Rhode Island. We also have an office in Foxborough. We've got about 110 professionals, most of which are engineers, wetland scientists, and other support staff. We are working with Traverse Landscape Architects, of which we have worked with over 10 years designing synthetic field projects, K through 12 schools throughout Rhode Island and Massachusetts. Some of our most recent work is shown here. We've got a project in Pawtucket, the Max Reed Field, synthetic turf and track at Lincoln High School, Cumberland, Johnston. Right now, we just finished the synthetic turf at North Kingstown High School, and the track is set to be paved this coming spring. We've also got projects underway at Buckland Park and Conley in Providence. So we've been at the through the K through 12 work. We've gained a lot of experience with these synthetic turf fields. It's a real niche. It's a growing field. It's a growing industry. There's new products coming out every year, and everything's changing very quickly. And we've been seeing that transition over the last 10, 15 years, and probably greater for art. So the project scope that we provided was to give an overall review of what synthetic turf field projects include, an idea of what the construction costs, considerations might be, talk about maintenance requirements, and life cycle, how the replacement of the turf field, which is an important element to planning one of these projects, to make sure that you think about not only the installation, but also how it's going to be maintained and eventually reconstructed when needed. We developed a tiered concept plan for both high schools with varying levels of improvements to give an idea of cost associated with each of the concepts. The costs that we have prepared are order of magnitude. We've been working on this for about 3.5 weeks. So we've done limited field review. We've reviewed available record information. We've used available GIS information to develop these costs. But I do want to warn that these are not full schematic design drawings. We have not gone to that level of design, simply to provide some kind of a order of magnitude cost for budgeting and planning purposes. So we'll run through synthetic turf fields, the basics, so you can get an idea of what's involved. We'll talk about the concept plans that we've prepared for each of the high schools. We'll go through existing and proposed conditions, and then we'll talk about order of magnitude costs and maintenance.
Thank you. I would like to say one thing, council members. I really appreciate wrestlers getting awards, because I'm a wrestler, and it's not often I get to come to a public meeting where wrestlers get recognized. I wrestled my whole life. My kids wrestled, so it's actually kind of really cool. So I thought that was really impressive. I'm Arthur Eddy from Traverse Landscape Architects. I've been designing fields for over 13 years. I have over 30 synthetic turf fields, over 50 grass fields. It's kind of, I'm the head of a landscape architecture company. I'm an owner and principal, but I also head up the athletics division. So that's all I do in my daily life, is work on athletics and make sure that what we're doing in athletics is correct. We're a systems-based company. As Dave mentioned, there's a lot of changes that are...
You have to talk into the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a lot of changes that are happening and occurring in synthetic turf fields, and really paying attention to how systems operate and what your system's needs are. Whether you're playing a multi-use sport, a really singleized sport like field hockey, the systems change. And we really think about how do we develop systems that are safe, that perform at the highest quality, and really start to mimic your highest level natural grass fields. So there's a wide range of turf systems. Typically what we see in a high school, there's really 3 types of fibers in synthetic turf. There's what's called a monofilament, which is just a single strand of fiber. There's a slit film, which is a web. And then there's what's called a thatch, which mimics grass thatch. Over the years, on a multi-use field where we see a lot of sports, really at the municipal high school level, we've seen what's a hybrid system, which is a combination of those synthetic turf systems. So you get long use, durability, and performance out of a system like that. And that would be similar to something that we would recommend, especially looking at the 2 fields that we looked at. Infills, there's a lot of discussions about different types of infill, whether it's crumb rubber and sand, all the different types of organics, sand-based systems, there's now wood-based systems, there's coconut, which are your organic-based systems. In this instance, we looked at an organic-based system, and that's what we used in this pricing. And recently, over the last few years, is the introduction of shock pads. A shock pad is an underlayment that goes underneath the turf, really starts to deal with concussions, and make sure that your turf, over the life of your turf, stays at a level that's below what the NFL currently requires and what ASTM requires. So that impact from head injury is really absorbed in that turf system and in that pad system. So we've looked at an underlayment in this system as well. I don't build turf fields over the last 3 years. I haven't done any turf fields without an underlayment system underneath it. And what's the benefit? Why do a synthetic turf? Obviously, the longer seasons, when you're getting in your rainy seasons in your spring and fall, and you're looking at extending that season, you can get on the fields earlier. Even if it's raining, you can still utilize them. They drain really fast. And what you end up with is a longer season. You also can use them longer. So than a natural grass system, your hours of use on that system is extended. You really shouldn't be playing over 500 hours a year on a grass system, where you can go up to 3,500 hours of use on a synthetic turf system. Now, you're not really going to get to 3,500 hours of use. It's hard to get there, but you're really building 3 fields in one. So you can get off that field and send the next team out and keep playing on it. And then the long-term cost versus investment. The initial cost of a synthetic turf is obviously higher than what you would pay for a natural grass system. But what happens over time, because you build that first system, you build drainage, your stone, your curbing, all those systems go in, and then at the next recycling of that turf, you're just recycling just the turf product, which brings that cost down. So when you look at the life cycle by hours of use, over 30 years, when you hit that 30 years of investment is when you get your return on investment to 0. What you do get out of it is that close to 10,000 hours of use versus that 1,500 hours of use. And then performance and safety. We're always checking our fields, and what we do within our contracts and what we do with all fields is make sure that it's annually getting tested for both performance for head injury criteria, for leg injuries, lower leg extremity injuries, and then making sure that the maintenance is happening on that field as well. So that's all built into this package. When you start to see these numbers, these are all included. The equipment for grooming is included, and maintenance is a critical part of keeping that field safe and performing at the level that it should be.
So we'll jump into the school projects themselves. So we'll start with Pilgrim High School. I have up here on the screen a map of existing conditions. North is up on the plan. Right now there's an existing natural turf field. We've got a track. The track was in good shape when we saw it. It had been treated just a few years ago. Yep. And then there's bleachers on the north side and bleachers on the south side. Parking to the west. One thing we noted here was the flat topography of the site. There's not a lot of hill here. Everything's it's very flat. Our concern here was first drainage. Where is the stormwater going from the site? And to jump ahead a little, when we design a synthetic turf field, we're going from a natural surface to an impervious surface. And DEM requires us to infiltrate that runoff and treat it like we would any parking area. What we typically do for synthetic turf fields is we build pipe systems beneath the fields to take that runoff and infiltrate it. So that requires construction of a new pipe around the perimeter. We call it a manifold, and then an overflow pipe that leaves the track. On this site, the drainage consists of some yard drains that were put in after the field was constructed around the perimeter. We had gone out there on a Tuesday, and on that Sunday before, it rained pretty hard, and we didn't see very many signs of ponding. So it leads us to believe that there's some good soils out there that will accept water. However, we didn't see any evidence of piping going across that track. So in our assessment of this facility, that's a key for how we're going to manage our stormwater that's generated by this new field. We also noticed that the grass field to the south is also very flat and seems to send runoff to a low point around the bleacher area over here. So something else that we have to keep in mind. We didn't have time or budget for test pits, but as you jump in, if you were to move forward with this proposal, the next steps would be to look at groundwater conditions, soils conditions, and that would help you get a better idea of what you could do with the stormwater management generated from the new site. A few other items of note: there are no restrooms on the site right now. The bleachers are fixed. They don't meet the current ADA code, and access to the bleachers meeting ADA is something that would need to be upgraded as well. So for the purposes of this concept, again, being conservative here, being a order of magnitude level, we are assuming that we have a groundwater table that's pretty elevated. That's typically what you'd see in Rhode Island, somewhere around 4 feet or so.
So based on that information, what we looked at was tier one improvements and what those components were. One, we have to address ADA accessibility by rule. One, we also know that we have to install the synthetic turf track and amenities. We did 2 things with the track, basically based on what Dave said, was looking at if we do have to cut across the track, that means we probably have to redo the track. If we don't have to do that, we looked at an internal system. And when you start to look at the balance of those costs, they're generally within the same range. So if we don't have to make those improvements in the future, there is some cost savings there, but we accounted for them in this go-around. Once you make those improvements, you have to improve your bleachers because you're going to hit ADA access on those bleachers. So your bleacher becomes, and press box becomes part of that component. Once you do your bleachers, you also have to improve your concessions and restrooms because you need restrooms on site based on the International Building Code. So when we looked at that tier one, we were trying to break these apart, but they're all contingent on each other. So that project alone is a $4.15 million project. And when we looked at tier two, basically what we did here was add athletic field lighting at about $600,000. So that's 4 lights and LED lights on that field would meet regulations for that. Keep in mind, we did carry a heavy contingency, we did carry overhead and bond, and we did carry design. So that number there is a complete project cost, not just a construction cost.
So next we have the Tollgate High School. This site, unlike the Pilgrim site, has quite a bit of topography. We went out with the school department on that Tuesday and looked around. We see a lot of ledge outcrops, a lot of evidence of rock on the site. We did poke around, and we felt in the center of the field, and we felt a hard pan, which could be rock, about 18 inches below grade, at the center of the field. One thing here, this field does have quite a pitch from the track to the center of the field. It looks to be about 1.5 feet or so from that edge to that crown, that ridge. We would anticipate that to build this field, that's going to be a big factor, is where that rock is. You're going to have underground improvements to mitigate drainage. You're going to have certain separation that you need from that ledge to build your turf system. You can't be right on top of it because it'll be hard, right? You need something separating. So that was a big focus of our discussions in coming up with a solution. It also led us to think about stormwater management, which right now there is a pipe that goes under that track and discharges out to the fields to the north of the site. So we know that there is at least some pipe connection there. There are storage facilities on site. There are also fixed bleachers with a building that was prepared. There are no restrooms. but there are certainly bleachers and some improvements that are already existing, which is helpful. The thought here is that the bleachers could be modified to meet ADA requirements. I'll let Art jump into that.
Go ahead. So in this instance, you can see we actually pulled the bleachers out of this because your current bleachers actually meet ADA accessibility. So those bleachers could remain in place. We do know that we can't keep the track based on grading and having to lift that surface up. So in this instance, we're doing ADA access as Tier 1 components. We're looking at the synthetic turf track and its amenities, and then concessions restrooms at about 3.6 million. And then Tier 2, which you can go ahead. We added the bleachers and press box in this instance, which brings us to 4.2. And then Tier 3 was, again, lights, athletic field lights at the end, adding 4 lights, giving you the extended use on that field.
The stormwater management approach on the tollgate school was a simple manifold, which is what you'd see in a conventional synthetic turf design, and some stormwater management, we believed, in the area to the north. We would find some area outside of the field to try to minimize the cost for rock removal and try to stretch the funding to reduce how much we spend on stormwater. And so the next steps to move forward with reviewing this would really be to step back and look at your program. We've got some order of magnitude costs, some concepts here, but really some discussion to understand what the athletic department would need, what would be required, develop some sort of a budget, and establish a schedule. Art and I have seen a very sharp increase in year-over-year pricing from the synthetic turf industry as the economy has increased. Other construction markets have also increased. I'm sure the council is aware of that, but the synthetic turf market, again, with the increased demand, has also been seeing some pretty notable increases. So schedule certainly is a factor. We would, the next steps when ready would be to evaluate the existing conditions in a little more detail. We typically do soils testing to understand with the groundwater table, and that helps us really budget and allocate funding to stormwater management. The numbers we're giving you here were based on what we thought was the worst case scenario, which is certainly realistic, but as you get more information, you'll know which way that number, the order of magnitude costs might swing. So it's important to understand that early on in your project so you can get a good picture of what the total project cost would be. And then from there, once you've got a good handle on existing conditions, you'd want to prepare schematic design, permitting, construction documents, so on and so forth, like a normal construction project. And that's it. We'll be happy to answer any questions or any discussion from the council or whomever.
Council President, if I may.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment and then I could recognize you if that's
please,
okay.
go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you for that presentation. Just to give some framework around what we're looking at. Pretty much everyone around us has turf fields. Obviously, in our own city, Hendricken does. But you go from Lincoln to Johnston to Cumberland, start heading south, East Greenwich, Coventry. Cranston is just putting in their second turf field. You're looking at Narragansett, South Kingstown, North Kingstown. I don't know if I mentioned Coventry. I really think with a lot, I don't know if Providence has them too, right? 3. Providence has 3. So, you walk up around, I mean, it's incredible. And what's unique here, and I don't know if the chairwoman or the school committee or the superintendent wanted. What's unique here is the reimbursement rate, because I've never seen it as long as I've been on the council that the governor put in $1 billion for schools. And I know at some point we're going to be addressing a school bond referendum. So that that to me is a unique opportunity with this project. And the other issue has to do with income, especially when there's lights. And I was actually up for most of the weekend in Lancaster, Massachusetts, at their turf fields for an NEFC soccer tournament the whole weekend. And there are really no tournaments like that they have in Rhode Island. Everybody has to travel up to Massachusetts for things like that, just because the facilities are so much better. But these organizations that are soccer organizations, I think there are at least 6 or 7 of them in Rhode Island, where the kids pay to play and travel. Same with lacrosse and many of the other organizations that are playing competitive, not only in New England, but outside New England. I know that those organizations, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with the rentals that they get, but basically the way that it works is, especially if you have lights, anything after 5:30 in the evening, most of our teams are done practicing or playing for the evening, unless it's a night game. And these organizations are renting these fields from, say, 5:30 to 9 o'clock at night. And believe it or not, when it's nice weather out, like it was today in March, they're even playing in January. And then they have their games on Sundays when none of our students or teams are using the fields. One contract for that type of commitment brings in over $100,000 a year. And if you can get 2 contracts, you could bring in close to $200,000 a year. So I just think that it's time that we stop the bleeding with our students leaving for better opportunities and better facilities and better buildings in other areas through that pathway program. And I think that this is a step in the right direction, along with fixing the school buildings. But I'm excited about the proposals that you have. I know the council members, I've talked to a lot of them, they want to absorb this also, and I know several of them have questions also. But it's about time, and this is the time, as far as I'm concerned, to get this done because of the reimbursement and the ability to raise revenue. But Councilman Ricks, you had also a question.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I won't rehash all of my comments from before, but I suppose very quickly, for all of those reasons, the reimbursement rate, the stopping the bleeding, if you will, with students looking at those opportunities to play sports in neighboring communities, and that because of the transfer of the funds, that probably amounts to literally hundreds of thousands of dollars a year that could be stemmed by having the same facilities here in Warwick, and the ability to generate revenue. So on both ends of that spectrum, from stopping the bleeding to actively generating revenue, especially with the kind of reimbursement we're getting, it just makes sense on all levels. But my question has to do with the lighting. For me to get a better sense of where the trends are going, and also what's out there, I'm not sure if you know how many schools, as in high schools, have fields that have lighting in Rhode Island, and is this an increasing trend in the last 10, 20 years, or, well, if I could get a little insight on that.
Sure. I don't know offhand the exact numbers of which schools have lights, but typically most schools have a lighted field, which would be a primary field. And lighting has changed in the last 5 to 10 years. We're now moving to an LED system with a brighter white light. But the lighting industry, when you purchase lights, has a 25-year warranty, and that's top to bottom. So a bulb goes out, they come out and change it. And that's always been true, so that's not something new. What's new is the LED lighting, which is getting better light on the field and improved, obviously reduce usage. What it does for you specifically on synthetic turf is gives you those extra extended hours of use. So when I showed that graphic that showed a 3-to-1, with lights, you really go to another field. So you get to 4-to-1. So it really affords you an extra level of another field construction.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Sinapi.
So last meeting we did talk about this a bunch, but there was a lot of misinformation going around that I wanted to clarify. I went to the RIDE school construction update meeting at the end of February, and they clarified for everyone who attended, including Brian Sylvia from Finance, that there is no rush as far as getting a limited pot or a limited timeline on any potential reimbursement, if one was even available. The only requirement is to have a construction contract signed by December 31st, 2022. So it's just to clarify that part. And as far as any limited pot of money, there is none. A lot of people have been throwing out a $100 million number, thinking it was a limited amount, or $250 million, when in fact RIDE, because we asked them at this meeting, has given out well over 700 in commitments this year. That limited pot of money that people keep being mistaken on is regarding...
Councilman, could you speak up? I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
No worries. The limited pot of money was in regards to the pay-go money, where even if that did run out, it doesn't change the amount of money you get. It just changes the manner in which you receive a portion of it. And even in regards to that money, that is slated to remain available till at least May 2021, as of now. And bear in mind, by all these comments, I'm not suggesting we shouldn't do a field. Quite the opposite. We badly need one, or I should say two. I don't think anyone questions that, at least I hope not, because the facts clearly show we need the fields. What I'm pointing out is, even though I'm the sponsor of this bill, remember that I sponsored this bill so that the efforts by others to add it to the other bond for Phase 2 didn't endanger that bond, because per the finance director for the school department, adding this to the Phase 2 bond endangered it from being going down altogether by RIDE and them not approving it. That's why I separated this out. My hope in the long run is that we combine this with our Phase 3 request for the high schools, thus making it more marketable, frankly, to the average person. Because, I mean, if I'm looking at a ballot and I see 3 school bond things as opposed to 2, or 1 school bond thing as opposed to 2, I know how I'd lean. So I don't want to stack the deck against this getting approved. And I know, frankly, that the way this went about was not ideal, because the school committee actually explicitly said they didn't want this being done the way it's being done here. And I'm not terribly happy that I was forced to separate this out and put it forward against their wishes, and against my own wishes, frankly, from those who were here with me at the council meeting, prematurely, rather than letting it be part of the Phase 3 efforts, which wouldn't delay it at all. In fact, it might get it done sooner. That being said, this presentation speaks for itself, and I'm glad they did it. I know personally I plan to move to hold this at the end of discussion, and I know some of my colleagues have other things to say.
So I just wanted to comment before I recognize Councilman McAllister, Councilman Sinapi, and I agree with you that this should be combined. As you will recall, when you and I spoke, and I suggested that we put forth a bond referendum for fields. I think all of our concern was that we didn't know what phase the school committee was at with regard to the high school issue. And as you know, Councilman Sinapi, we've been working together, I think, since July. We've had many meetings with the school department talking about a bond for schools. And I think I agree with you that we should probably hold this and combine this with the other bond referendum. I, too, went to RIDE, and it was in the fall, to talk about bonding and to talk about timing and talk about urgency of situations. So I agree with some of what you said regarding the way that it's funded, but I did want to call up either Mr. Ferrucci or Mr. Thornton to address that issue of timing and what your understanding is as far as when something should go on the ballot. If you could address that for us.
Okay. Good evening. Anthony Ferrucci, Finance Director for the School Department. My understanding of the regulations, I understand there is a timeline with regards to various incentives that's been promulgated. The essence of what we're, I think, talking about tonight is if this is going to be a ballot question for November 2020, if this were to stand alone, the likelihood of getting 35% reimbursement on this particular project from RIDE would be determined in May of 2021 because we'd have to go through the cycle. We missed the most recent cycle. And standing alone, it would not be in a position to take any of the incentives that are attached to the 35% base. The 5% are attached to student enrollment, efficiencies within buildings, and those types of expenditures. So it would be the most, I believe, available with 35%, and we'd have to prove that it's a new field. If we just strip the dirt that exists and put in a field, it would be considered a repair or replacement, and that's not eligible. If we tie it to a project that we've been talking about, which is a secondary ed, in its entirety with regards to the building, then it just becomes a subcomponent of the total project, at which point the efficiencies we would be gaining in the buildings when we do the renovations would get us that 5% bump, but because the field was part of the total package for the site, that would then get embedded in those incentives. And so we would be going after the full 52% through the process in the upcoming cycle. I believe the separation is where we create a problem, but as we know, the timeline of extending it, they still have a timeline out to 2028, I believe, was the last I heard for a date. But what was just also heard was a cautionary tale of 2 years ago when we created budgets and all of a sudden construction took off, we started seeing cost escalators of 10 and 15%. So I would also put on the table not only is the reimbursement piece something we will pursue, but delaying it 2 years or a year, you're going to add that 10 or 15% cost increment increase to a potential project, thereby really reducing the state aid reimbursement as well. We championed last meeting to try and understand what the community's real interest is in a project of this scope, and I'm hoping this evening there's some direction to bring back to the school committee, because they are going to be hearing from the secondary ed consultant in early April, and I would assume that the school committee would take the educational consultant's report and the community's interest in including the fields and probably meld them together and come back with a plan by the tail end of April so that we can kind of get a general direction of where we're going and hopefully line up what our next steps would be.
And Mr. Ferrucci, from what I remember, I know Councilman Lattisaw had attended one of the meetings at RIDE. What I recall was that $1 billion was on a first-come, first-served basis to the communities in Rhode Island?
Of course, there's only a limited amount of resources at the state level, so yes, that's the first hoop. And then the second hoop is being compliant with their requirements, which is what we do currently, yes.
And as I recall, East Providence just built a new high school. Lincoln put in for their huge addition on their high school. Barrington just built their brand new junior high school. $1 billion goes relatively quickly, and I haven't mentioned any of the other communities and what they're doing. So that is concerning to me as far as timing, Councilman Sinapi. We are in a unique position in that our city council solicitor also happens to be the chairman of the Rhode Island Senate Finance Committee. So I was just going to ask him for a second if there was, you've been doing this obviously a long time, Mr. Conley, and you have a pretty good idea of what our budget looks like. And as far as timing goes, is there a plan to reimburse it? That $1 billion, is there? Would that be available in the future? Are we going to re-up that amount? I just was getting your thoughts as far as timing goes, because you see what's left in those funds, and you see the issues that the state has with financing of other issues and the limited amount of resources that we have. And I was just wondering if you had some insight as to what would happen at the state level in the future.
Certainly, Mr. President. So I would certainly defer to the current information that Councilor Sinapi received from RIDE on the current status. But there is a finite amount of money available based upon the original bond and legislation that we passed. And nobody in the state, I say this respectfully, you always hope that a program that can do what this can for all schools throughout the state of Rhode Island would see another round, but that's all that is. That's hope. I would not take that to the bank in terms of a hope that there would be a future second round. I don't want to sound optimistic. I'm not speaking as a matter of policy, but as a matter of practicality on the budget. I am not going to feel comfortable responding to you, Mr. President, and the council that the council should, or any other city or town or school department throughout the state should count on a second round of funding for this.
So if we had an option to go for a 2020 ballot referendum or a 2022 ballot referendum, what would your suggestion be?
Without commenting on any of the other policy concerns that have been discussed, but really just looking at it from the point of view of the state budget, get it while you can. And that's not a comment on any of the other important policy considerations that are being discussed by the council and other communities around the state. But when the money's there, it's the time to get it, not to hope for future funding.
And I think, thank you, Mr. Conley. I think when we had gone to RIDE, Mr. Thornton and Mr. Ferrucci, they had talked about the ability, and I think you touched on it, Mr. Ferrucci, if you could come to the microphone, that even though the bond referendum would be the fall of 2020, that just gives the voters in Warwick an opportunity to say whether they're in favor of the project and how much they're in favor of. As I've sat here on this council for a long time, Councilwoman Travis has sat here even longer than I have, we've seen projects change. We've seen mayors hold bond referendums. We've seen costs go up. We've seen at Tollgate them the construction company run into ledge, and they had to go out to another bond ref to fix it. So the issue that I hear and that I'm concerned about based on the number of years that I've seen these bond referendums come up is that it is really unheard of that we'd have an opportunity to get access to $1 billion and at up to 52%. My own opinion is give the voters the opportunity in the fall, subject to RIDE approval, and RIDE said that we could do that, correct?
That's correct, they will.
And address some of these issues, possible cost escalations, or maybe, you know, as we see the market tumbling today, 2,000 points, and the cost of oil go down, et cetera, maybe these synthetic turf fields would come down in price. But, you know, that could be determined in the future. No matter what happens, that would come back to future councils and would come back to future mayors to make those determinations, whether the city wants to approve it, and also with the school department. If the city wants to approve the release of those bonds and whatever the final project is that RIDE has agreed to reimburse. I just agree with Senator Conley as to his assessment also as to the chance of being reimbursed or that fund being fully funded in the future. And I also agree with Councilman Sinapi that the best chance to get the most reimbursement in the future is to combine this with the building and a field issue. With that said, Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're all, you know, we all want to make this happen. I think we just need to, you know, make sure we work on the details and do the best way forward. And that's what we got to work out here tonight and in the future. I just have a couple of questions with the steps that were shown tonight with the new fields and stuff like that. Now, those are on top of, we would replace what we already have. But as you said, and I have a statement from RIDE, that would not be reimbursable.
We actually had this conversation with RIDE previously, and they would be willing to work with us because they would consider it a new field. It could be a realignment for purposes to take advantage of other spaces on the sites. It could be shifting because of the types of drain area issues and those kinds of things. So that left me with the impression that unless we just go right in and just stay inside the track, for instance, at Pilgrim, and just put the surface in, that would present a problem because it's not new. But if we shifted it for various reasons to accommodate other issues, they would classify it as new. So that's how we would attack that particular issue.
Okay. Yep. I mean, that's very good news, because it was in the beacon itself. It says, according to the statement from RIDE, renovated field expenses are not covered in the reimbursement process, but new ones are. So we have kind of floated this plan here, all new drainage, you know, the ADA, all that stuff. So
that would be our tact, and you'd probably see a realignment of the field to accommodate the area. That was my understanding of the definition of new.
On that, okay. And again, I believe that you know, we're all on the same page. This is, you know, long overdue. This would be a major asset to the city of Warwick. I just want to make sure that we're going about it in the right way. I was really interested to read about how these new fields, you know, safety issues. You talked about concussions, which is a major issue. These are all very important things. I know we have one of the coaches here. He's pointed out in the past, and I graduated from Tollgate a long time ago. You know, the field hockey team plays at CCRI. You know, it'd be nice to have everybody playing together. So I think, you know, at least in my opinion, you know, we want to get this done. I just want to make sure it's done the best way. We get the best reimbursement. Don't want to jeopardize any other projects, but, you know, but take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for your presentation, and it's really good to see it in black and white, what you're actually talking about doing. And it's definitely long overdue for both fields, you know. I know, and I'm just bringing it up because I have past experience of not trusting people, so that's why in black and white, I really take it to heart. Well, in vets, many years ago, we had a problem with the fields there, different administration, different school committee. I was there. But we had one of our football players got cut under his eye with some glass, and they actually got the sand from the compost station. So we're all meeting, everybody's meeting, the superintendent, everybody, and I guess they thought I didn't know how to read blueprints, but the blueprint was on the table, and you could see all the dotted lines down the middle of the field. And, you know, nobody said anything, and I asked, I says, don't tell me that means you're only going to replace the sand or the dirt in the middle of this field. And they said, and they tried, you know, pass the buck and not answer. And they said, oh, yeah. I said, but you got the whole field. Glass could have went anywhere. I know when I frost a cake, I don't do just the middle of the cake. I do a whole cake. And I insisted that they, you know, did that whole field. But there was nothing in black and white saying what they were going to do. So this is very important. And, you know, it's very much needed. And I appreciate the work you put in it. So thank you very much.
And I think that that's a great point that Councilwoman Travis raised. And I think that what you're talking about, that barrier would run across the whole field, as Councilman McAllister said, for head injuries, et cetera. So I think that that's great. And I think what Mr. Ferrucci was saying about the creativity of how to put bond referendums before RIDE, at least when I was there, I heard them say the same thing. Even Mr. Ferrucci at one point mentioned if there was ledge or something like that, blasting would be considered, any blasting would be considered a new field, for example, if there was ledge at Tollgate. So it's just a really unique opportunity to get back up to 52%. And as I said, if you can get something on in the fall, doesn't mean that we have to, or any council has to approve this later on, or any administration, but it just gives the voters the opportunity to say yes or no, and the school committee, the council, and the administration to figure out what the best plan is to try and get that 52% reimbursement. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm hearing different things tonight. I'm hearing something different than I heard at the last meeting, which is RIDE may not kick in any reimbursement on this. And we're hearing that they may, depending upon how things are done. I also heard this evening that the school committee or members of the school committee don't support this particular endeavor. And in a few minutes, I'm going to ask if someone from the school committee would come forth to the podium and square up as to what their position is. I've also heard that this is being pushed through or rushed through. And I don't see it that way. I've had conversation with the General Assembly or with members of the General Assembly, and I think we'd all agree that we can send this to the General Assembly and comfortably by the first part of May that this can get acted on in both chambers. I've heard that we shouldn't confuse the voters. I have a lot of confidence in the voters to be able to disseminate through, different articles that are on the ballot. And that's how I view this. We have a pot of money sitting in the State House, in the governor's office, and I view that as a line of credit. When that line of credit has reached its max, if you have a $100,000 line of credit and you draw up to your $100,000, you're done. There is no more money. And when there's a lot of communities, potentially up to 39 communities, who are looking to reach into that pot and get their fair share, that money can disappear, and it can disappear quickly. My viewpoint on this is, do I support the concept of the fields in one of the three different forms? Absolutely I do. Do I think it's necessary? I absolutely do. But I think, for me, what's more important in my decision is I feel that I have an obligation to let the voters make the decisions. I'm not asking anyone to cut a check for $10 million for these fields. I'm not saying that RIDE is going to reimburse us or not reimburse us. Perhaps we can have someone from RIDE come to this council, and let's hear from RIDE directly. I don't like hearing things third party. Maybe we can hear directly from RIDE as to what the reality is of what's going to qualify and what's not going to qualify. I personally would like to see that happen, and I think it's been alluded to with the conversation I had earlier in the week, last week, that that is a possibility. But for me, the decision that I'm looking to make is very simple. An appropriation up to $10,000 to do 2 new fields for X, Y, and Z, whichever plan works best. All that is saying is, let's put it on the ballot. Let's let the people who are paying the bills, let's them take, millions of dollars. Let's let them make the decision. I don't want to make that decision by myself or by ourselves. I think that's a very important decision that the people who are paying the bills and the voters in the city of Warwick, all I'm asking to do is let's get this on the ballot. Let's let the voters decide. Let's let them say to us, yes, we want to do it. We want to take advantage of this. Whatever the reimbursement is from RIDE, pending a reimbursement from RIDE, and let them done. Let them make the decision. I have the faith, the trust, and the confidence that the voters are going to make the decision that they feel is in the best interest of the city of Warwick. And that's all I personally am asking to do. And my vote is going to be to make that happen, to let this go to the ballot and let the voters give us the direction as to what they want to do in their city of Warwick. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairwoman Backus, could you come to the mic? Thank you. Just so we're clear, we're all on the same page, if you could give us your impressions and what you'd like to see happen. I know you speak for yourself to some extent, but obviously you chair the school committee, and you've heard school committee members' comments.
I think this is dead.
Is it the red light on? So if you hold the button, the red light should go on. Yeah, you just have to put it about an inch from your lips.
I just know how bad these acoustics are here. I think that there are a couple of
We're going to give you a new mic because it doesn't sound very good.
Hello. There are a couple of people on the committee who feel that this may be premature. I don't necessarily feel that way. I believe that we should carry it forward as a package and put the two together. In order to do that, we have to have a plan, we have to have an idea of funding, things like that. So the committee is probably split. I have someone who's on the fence and then two people who are like, we should just wait until later. But if we fail to plan, we're going to be in trouble later. So it's never too early to put things together and figure out what's going on and what we can do. And like Councilman Lattiser said, it's up to the people of this city to decide how they want to see their school system look in the new century. And certainly our school system, Warwick schools, are woefully outdated right now. Very little has been upgraded. And certainly our fields haven't had any work done in many years. And our high schools haven't had any work done in many years. That anything substantive. So I'm in agreement with the council. And again, the money's not going to be there forever. We know that. And as Mr. Conley said, we don't know if we're going to get a second bite at the apple, but who wants to be standing there, you know, left with a bite and no money? So, as the chair of the committee, I would say we need to move forward, and we would bring it to you in April as planned.
Yeah, my concern has always been that you will kill the ability to move forward on these projects if the funding isn't there at the state level. There's no guarantee that the funding will be there. When I sat around that table with the ride staff, and Karen, you were there also. When we sat there, Councilman Lattiser was there also this fall. It was early fall. They said to us, the sooner you get in the application, the better, because it's first come, first serve, and if it's gone, you're not going to get it. And I've sat here for a long time. I haven't seen up to a 52% reimbursement. That's, in essence, every dollar this community puts in, the state is going to kick in $1 if it's drafted correctly.
Correct.
And it's one of the few times where you can put forward a proposal where you don't have to you can have a general amount subject to ride approval and subject to coming back to this body and administrations or future administrations for approval of what could or could not be done based on current economic conditions. As we've seen in the past, they change. The cost of construction goes up 10 or 15%, and the plans that come back to us change. One of the most frustrating things for me was when I sat on a committee in 2005, 2006 with former Councilwoman Stenhouse, and we heard all the proposals for fields, and we heard the proposals for upgrading the locker rooms. And to get pictures, I didn't have them blown up for everybody, but if anybody wants to see them, I'll show them to you. From coaches at the various high school showing us pictures of the locker rooms, showing us pictures of the field that's, in one case, it's completely abandoned, and it's littered with, dead grass and deposits from the Canadian geese that have found a new landing strip. It's those type of things that I think are disheartening to a community. It's disheartening to the people that make decisions on where they're going to live, where they're going to raise their kids, where they're going to go to school. When you drive up to a high school and you say, that's where my kid's going to go to school, you don't want to see that. You don't want to see locker rooms like that. You don't want to see the inside of buildings. You don't want to hear that Pilgrim can't put any more electric into the building because it's so old. So I think that this needs to be a coordinated effort. I think this is a good first step, giving us this information for everybody to mill it around and then to make a decision later on it. Are there any other council members that wanted to make any statements? Councilman Sinapi.
So, if I may suggest, it seems like, and granted, not everyone's spoken, so I apologize for putting words in mouth. It seems like the consensus is that everybody wants the fields, school department, city council, school committee. It's just a question of timing. You've heard from the chair and from the finance director of the school committee, or in the school department rather, that they want it to be part of the phase 3 push with the high schools. You heard my spiel on that as well, and we also heard from them the last meeting and from the other school committee members who didn't want this getting rammed through the way it is, instead wanted it to be part of the high school effort. So it seems to be that should be the question we're all asking ourselves, and unless someone doesn't want it to be part of the phase 3, I think we're just about wrapped up here.
Yeah, Councilman Lattiser.
So there seems to still be this gray area of whether or not RIDE is going to reimburse. If they are, how much, and possibly they're not. So this question, I guess, will go to either Mr. Ferrucci or Superintendent Thornton.
Just can I say one more thing?
Certainly.
I think that one of the issues for the school committee is finances. And I think that's what holds some people back from, because we don't have a lot of money. So I think it's not that anybody doesn't want this, it's that people are concerned about finances.
And I agree with you, Madam Chair. We're all concerned with finances as well, but I still hold the position that I certainly don't want to walk away from a 52% reimbursement on $10 million. I know I said earlier 10,000, but that was actually per square foot. I was talking square foot, so I don't know if you all reacted to that or not. But am I correct when I say that there's a new administrator or director at RIDE now?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And would it be accurate to say, or let me just ask you the question, in your communications with RIDE or the superintendent's communication with the new director of RIDE, would she be willing to come before this council?
Actually, yes, she is willing and able to. So if you want to give me a date and a time, I can certainly have her come.
So, Dr. Thornton, if we were to have the new director of RIDE come before us, I'm sure it's fair to say that she will be able to set the record straight as to what we can expect or can't expect.
She did relate. She can attest to all the rules and procedures for RIDE and give you the straight answer on those.
And what do you think the director would need for notice to be able to appear before the council?
When I did speak to her last week, I did relate potentially in April. I think that is a possibility. I can certainly call tomorrow to find out.
I would, I'd be really hopeful that at the latest, possibly she could join us on the first meeting of April. If everyone feels it's necessary, perhaps you don't. Perhaps everybody's ready to vote on this right now, and that's fine with me as well. But I'm just, when I hear differing opinions and we have an opportunity to hear it right from the source, I'd like to put that out there. And also given the fact that it is, it's not urgent that we have to have this done and delivered to the General Assembly today or the end of the month, but it is well known that we'll need to get it there certainly by the beginning of May. So, Mr. President,
Thank you.
I'll leave it up to my colleagues to weigh in on that.
Before we go to the public, are there any members of the council have any other questions or statements? If not, are there any members of the public that would want to speak on this? Anybody can speak. Yes,
Is it
Judy.
working?
Just if you could announce yourself.
Judy Cobden, I'm Vice Chair of the School Committee. The way I look at it is, we voted weeks ago on a bond, and we put in and voted for the low ball of 56 million. It was up to 79, and that would have included the fields. We all voted not to put the fields in because we are getting appraised, I'll call it that, to see what's going on with the high schools. We were instructed that we had time to do this. I was just told the General Assembly doesn't need to know until June, but we will have the report by April, and it's my understanding that we'll know what we are doing with the schools. And then we could actually amend the bond that we put in, and then we would include the fields. So after that vote, next thing that happens is this bond comes up. Now, personally, I think that we should just stick it all in one, and it's clear for the voters to look at, instead of having separate bonds. So that's my opinion. I am not against the fields at all. I mean, I played on those fields for 4 years, and I know what the condition was when I was there, and it's not much better. And I am for it, but I think that it needs to be done a little bit differently. And I don't think if we have the time and we're waiting to hear about what is happening, if we're going to put a bond out for a brand new school, that brand new school most likely will sit on the Pilgrim Field. So once we find that, it's next month, we get that information from, I guess it's their architects, then we'll know what's going on. And I don't think it's necessary to have a separate bond. And, you know, I just feel that there is a little bit of time, and we should just wait, because I know we have the votes on the school committee to up the bond. And that is my stance on that. It's not that we don't want the fields. We're totally for the fields. We want everything for our schools. I mean, they just introduced a gallo bond. Did you see that?
Yep.
20, maximum 20 kids from kindergarten to second grade. Wait to see what that does to us. So there's a lot of concerns about space and quality of our schools, and I just think that we need to systematically do it instead of push everything. We have time. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan, if you could just introduce yourself.
Nathan.
And you got to get really close to the mic, otherwise we can't hear you.
My name's Nathan Cornell, and I'm a member of the Warwick School Committee. While I'm not opposed to sports fields, I have concerns with a separate bond devoted solely to sports fields. For one, I think it's completely improper for the City Council to put forward educational bonds without the bond going to the school committee first. We are the educational representatives of the city, and while we value the City Council's input, the school committee should have the sole responsibility to initiate educational bonds. Another concern I have is that I fear that having two separate bonds on the ballot could hurt one or both chances of getting approved by the voters. If you have one bond that is just for sports fields, it might pass over the other bond because it looks more aesthetically pleasing. And therefore, the other bond for much needed repairs and construction for school facilities might fail, and that would be catastrophic for the city. Finally, I believe that if you go forward with this separate bond, the City Council should pay for it because the school committee didn't start or endorse this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously, you heard our discussion, so I think we're all in agreement that we should have, at least from my perspective, I don't want to speak for other council members, that it would be a good idea to have one bond. Obviously, in the past, there was a lack of communication as to what was possible as far as a bond for the fall. So I think that was, it's been cleared up tonight as far as I'm concerned. And I think a lot of us all agree that we should have one bond with the fields and the schools and address that issue when you folks have that information come up. So I thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak? If you could just state your name for the record.
Good evening. Bill Russo. I'm a teacher, a coach, and the athletic site supervisor at Tollgate High School. It's my 23rd year in the Warwick system. I graduated from Tollgate. I'm glad to see the talk that's generated tonight, and hopefully things are moving in the right direction. I think this is the tip of the iceberg. There are still many things on our Tollgate campus that are far from sufficient. We don't have a varsity locker room for our male athletes. They change on a cement slab. Our tennis courts were described as one coach this year as being the worst in the state. No softball field, no field hockey, no baseball field. Our kids travel throughout the city. I think it's a liability, traveling to practices, leaving the campus for different events. My one question would be, in the proposal that was shown tonight from the firm that is doing the fields, in talking about the reimbursement, about upgrading an existing field, lacking, not being able to get as much money back. The field right to the side of it was the old varsity football field. It's been abandoned for years. I was wondering if they were ever considering looking at that site as possible cost-cutting measure as well, if you could deem that as a new site, if that would be a possibility. Certainly there's room there because it was a football field at one time, so I don't know if that would be a possibility where that could be considered something new. But
I remember playing on that field, and my dad happened to be the chairman of the school committee back in 1980, and the bond referendum went out, and that was the first time that Tollgate ever had a field. So that certainly, and I would leave it up to the experts, would be considered, quote unquote, a new field. And I was going to ask you, Bill, if you could take the time, I don't know if you had it, for all the other council members, but you took the time, I don't know if you sent it to everybody else, but you took the time to send to me today pictures of the field, pictures of the locker room where the kids change. And to be quite frank, it was really, really depressing to look at. And I think that it'd be helpful if the other council members, if you have time, or if you don't mind, I could send it to everybody else if that's easy too. I could send it to our liaison so they could see the pictures that you're talking about. Did you have specific questions for any of the individuals that presented?
well, it's just that one thought of what is deemed a new field versus the reconstruction or rehab of another one, that if that was ever entertained as maybe a possibility for shifting the field over to the side, if there was enough room, or if that was even looked at as a possibility.
So I don't know who would answer that question for him. And if you want, you can grab the mic.
Sure. We looked at the field to the east of the existing field. Spatially, we were constrained a little bit more. As you move to the east, it's tough to see with the aerial photograph, but there is a steep slope that goes down to the junior high school. So spatially, we felt keeping the location of the field further to the west would have been the most least intrusive. Not as much earthwork, more cost effective. The scale of the improvements here, we would expect this would be seen by the Commission on Disabilities, by certain of the authorities having jurisdiction as a new field. RIDE, of course, would have to make their own determination.
Mr. Ferrucci?
I did want to take a moment to mention that depending on what selection the school committee makes with regards to proposed renovations and repairs at Tollgate, it may be spreading into some of the areas, which means we may end up needing to turn the fields as well. So those are the pieces that I was talking about, creating the program based on it's a new field. So, Mr. Lattiser, there's an assurance of it will be defined as a new field. And when we spoke with Pierre early, the sites are pretty contiguous, so the cost estimates they gave us, we should be able to fit within their budgets if we were to relocate them on the site. So it's unique enough that there's not going to be a dramatic increase in pricing if we were to shift from that particular location.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Okay. Is there anybody else here to speak? If you could just introduce yourself.
Jim Harrison, parent, coach at Tollgate High School. Mr. McAllister mentioned me. I'm the field hockey coach at Tollgate High School and also the lacrosse coach. I am very excited. I'm very thankful. There's a lot of great points. I don't need to hop on them. Just one thing, and maybe you, as you all, the school committee also thinks about this, is that I don't know if you could put a dollar amount on this, but pride. You are I can't explain to you. You get off the bus, you walk onto a new turf field, and the girls say, "Why can't we have this?" And we can have this, and you guys are going to make that happen. You are going to bring pride back to the city. I'm a graduate of Warwick Veterans Memorial High School. I have an immense amount of pride for Tollgate now. Both my kids, my son goes there, my daughter's about to go there. I am very, very excited, and I would really like you to, all of you, to keep that in mind. I don't know if you can put a price on that, but you will bring pride back. Okay? I can't stress enough to you. Mr. McAllister mentioned soccer. My daughter, with all Warwick kids, plays on a Sunday at Narragansett High School. I can't tell you how many parents, you'll sit there and they'll just say, I wish we could have this. And we can, and we should. And you are going to bring pride back. And I can't, that price tag on that, I don't know what you can put on it. Even, I know it's all about money, but I really hope that you think about that. Even whatever challenges come up, that idea of bringing pride, that the kids will be excited. The parents will be excited. People, Mr. McAllister mentioned it, people moving into the city will be excited. Okay? So I really, really would hope that you keep that in mind as we go through this process. Really hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak? If you could just...
Hi, Darlene Netco, lifelong resident of Warwick, graduate of Tollgate. I was in the band. Actually, I played field hockey, softball, and basketball at Tollgate. Field hockey at CCRI. Softball, we used to practice in that middle field, kind of below where that football field, and then there's another tier, and then you go into another field. And I was just wondering if any of those fields were on the list to be improved.
Actually, in the planning of the high school complex at Tollgate, there is a rendering we saw last Friday that actually contemplates a baseball, softball field on the complex.
Thank you. Because when I was a student, I was also in the band, and we played all of our home football games at Warwick Vets until my senior year. That was the 83-84 school year. We had that field now that has the weird slope that goes into Windman. But that was our field until they built this one. I just want to echo what Jim and Bill both said about the necessity for these fields, and coupled with whatever plans we come up with for Pilgrim and Tollgate, or a new school, or seriously renovating and restructuring the two existing schools, adding the fields, it will bring a new vitality to this city. Tollgate and its little other friends up there are the youngest schools in the district, and they're going on 50 years. And they're showing it. We have electrical problems. I mean, when I was a student, the locker rooms weren't good, and that was a long time ago. They've only gotten worse over time. And it's not just for the athletes, it's for the entire school system and the entire city that these renovations need to be done. And one bond covering it all, I think it's time to let the voters decide, and hopefully they will decide that making these fields and these schools ready for the kids and making them 21st century facilities will be what's best for the students and for the entire city. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public that wanted to speak? If not, Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just to comment on one of the comments from the speakers, I just want to remind everyone that let's assume that we pass this, let's assume it gets to the voters, and let's assume that the voters approve it. That doesn't cut the check. So the check isn't cut until that comes back before the city council for approval, and the check still isn't cut until the mayor signs off on the bond drawdown. And I know for certain that there's still a $7 million, I believe it's a $7 million bond that is still pending out there that was passed during the Vedesian administration for the Mickey Stevens Sports Complex. And that bond, for whatever reason, was not drawn down on and is still sitting there. So, again, for me, it's just about let's get it to the voters and let the voters make the decision, yes or no. If they vote no, we're done. If they vote yes, then it still has to come back to us, still has to vote on it. The mayor still has to approve the drawdown. So there's plenty of additional steps, and there'll be some significant time to determine which field, what type of field, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously, the school committee, too, would have a say if that bond were to get passed.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is Councilman Howe?
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly, just for clarification, if you don't mind, I know that we have this resolution here, and I think that some valid points were made by the three honorable members of the school committee that spoke. If I was to say what I would like to see, of course, improvement to our schools as a whole is important. However, I do agree what school committee member Cobden said when she said we're going to wait until we're still waiting to see what the economic value would be to a new education facility, and that's exciting. And I do agree with what she said, because usually the way it works is they build upon a field. I just need clarification on this, and it can be from the correct person at the group or from yourself, Mr. President. If this is approved tonight, and I think going on what you said, Councilman Lattiser, again, a lot of information. If we vote on this tonight, we're saying we're not voting on. If we vote on this tonight, we're saying that we would support adding the increase to the. All right, I'm going to finish first. Thank you. If we vote on this tonight, we're going to add to increase or allow the bonds to involve updating the fields. However, we will not put it before the. It'll go before the voters, but we are also waiting for RIDE to get back to us, as Councilman Lattiser said, to tell us if they will support the bonds. And then also there's other things that are variances that are out there, because we may need to look at a new building or updated buildings, and we got to add in the ADA, which is a big reason why I would support the building of these fields. We got to update them to ADA standards. So I'm asking for clarification, Mr. President.
So I think the gist or the feeling that I get from all the council members is that we would hold this till April 6th.
Yep.
And that it would give the school committee an opportunity to hear what their experts are going to say and come back to us with a recommendation. I think you've heard from a lot of people, including myself, who believe that it's a good idea to combine these. I think the two school committee members and the chair had mentioned the same thing, because maybe it would have a better chance of passing, and most importantly to me anyway, a better chance of getting a higher rate of reimbursement from the state of Rhode Island. So I think that was the goal, not to vote tonight. Of course, that's the will of the council if people want to vote. But I think that we're in all agreement, or many of us are in agreement to hold until April 6th, and to get more information from the school committee. And to possibly put this out in one bond referendum, either amending, or, obviously we have a few other options, and then make a determination at that time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to conclude my comment. Then I want to thank the school committee for bringing this to us, and I want to thank for the time to look at this, because absolutely, and one of the selling points for me was the fact that, and I appreciate that they brought up that the fields we have now are not ADA code. And I agree also that we are desperate need for the field upgrades, but also we are in desperate need for the building upgrades.
Absolutely.
And also looking into the 21st century type of education. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Lasser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to suggest that at that April 6th meeting, that we have the new director of RIDE attend the council meeting, and we can get all the questions answered. We can find out right from the source as to what we get, what we can't get, how do we get it. I think that's critical in making our decision.
So I was going to say, Councilman, that I think what we heard Superintendent Thornton say is that they can't come here and say yes or no to whatever we're going to do. What they can come here and say is, if you meet this specification, if you meet this rule, if you were to close a building, whatever the criteria are, you could get up to a 52% reimbursement. And I think that that's what the director of RIDE could bring to the conversation. I think it's very helpful. I think it's a good idea. But I don't want anybody to anticipate that that person's going to come here and say, yes, you're getting it. And it also obviously gives the entire city school department, school committee, council, administration, the ability to look at what they actually would approve later on and then make decisions later on as to whether we think it's a good idea going forward with the proposals based on economic conditions, bond reimbursement rates, all the things that I don't think that we would have access to. Councilman Smith?
Agreed.
Yeah, one thing I can add, and I can forward this to everybody from the meeting with RIDE the end of February, they had a slide and it showed the normal timeline that you do, and actually before we would normally be voting on things, and more importantly, before it goes to the voters, you actually can have a signed agreement from the state saying we will do X, Y, Z. So that way you're not in the dark, you're not wondering what's happening. It's pen to paper, binding contract, done. But I'll forward that to everybody, that way everybody has it, because I agree. That was a lot of the questions. Bear in mind, there were a bunch of municipalities at this meeting, and a lot of the questions were around how that exactly works and trying to pin them down on whether the money was finite or not as far as the pot. And I don't know what changed between when you guys met with RIDE and the end of February, but they were insistent that there was more than enough money for anyone who wished to actually take from it. So again, I don't know what changed. I don't know if they were overselling it, but there was at least 5 or 10 municipalities there, including from Warwick, and they were pushing it pretty hard to make sure it was clear to us that there was money available, because I brought up the exact things we discussed before, how we thought it was.
So what I would bring to your attention is East Providence, because of the criteria, was in the, I believe, at a 70% reimbursement rate. Mr. Ferrucci, do you remember what the numbers were? It was reported in the paper because of the criteria that we don't have. So many people getting assistance, so many kids getting assistance. We're considered, which is frustrating to all of us, considered an affluent community. So our reimbursement rate isn't like theirs. Right. But I can tell you that their school, I believe, was close to $200 million.
Right.
So you're looking at a reimbursement rate for one school of, close to 130 million, something like that. So that out of the billion. So Lincoln has their big expansion going on. Barrington had their new junior high. Besides, we're not just talking about new buildings, but what we had approved last year, which was the 40 million, we get a reimbursement rate on that. So it's not just new school buildings, it's what everybody else is putting in for repairs, air conditioning systems, new roofs, etc. So I think that that's what RIDE's concern was when we met with them, that it's on a first come, first served basis. And that hasn't changed at all. It is on a first-come, first-served basis. Yes, Councilman.
So, Mr. President, would you entertain a motion at this point?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we hold this until April 6th and that the superintendent of schools contacts the director of RIDE and request that she come before the city council and simply give us a presentation as to what the criteria is, et cetera, et cetera. That's the motion.
Is it seconded by Councilman Howe? Councilman McAllister? Or should I call you Councilman Marola? is,
Councilman Howe, second.
yes, I did. Councilman Howe, Councilman McAllister. All those in favor of holding? Aye. All those opposed? So that will be held till
Thank you.
April 6th. Thank you. You can, while we're discussing this, feel free to take down your equipment. I know that Phil has been waiting patiently because you were, and I know you were under executive communications, so if there isn't an objection, I'd ask for a motion to go into executive session to address those items that are on our agenda.
Motion made.
Motion made, seconded by Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Council stands in executive session.
Did they give us something to bring with us?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm leaving it.
How you doing? Real good.
Yeah.
We need to help blend in here. You're a sports coach.
It's a nice lotion soap too. Look at this, I've been using so much sanitizer. Look at my knuckles. They're getting so dry. I work with a woman, she's gotta be like maybe 30. They're cracking. 2 lotions up because that's how much time we have to sanitize our hands.
Yeah.
Every time we touch something in that building, you gotta sanitize your hands.
Have you seen David Bennett's hands?
No, I didn't. Oh, I believe it. It's true. That's it.
Yeah.
It'll be back in a second. Yeah, I know. She had crusty hands. I already addressed it. We already talked about it. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate it. That's all right. We're not talking about it. And I was thinking about the governor's state of emergency, and I'm thinking, you know what? Can't contagious. Where they say the emergency she put in hospitals, senior centers.
Yeah, yeah. yeah, yeah. But I mean, the other issue is like, what happens? What do you do educationally? Like, if the schools start to close down, if Tolman closes down, you'll order to close like St. Ray's. I mean, I don't know what St. Ray's is doing for. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep.
The Warwick City Council is back in session. Could I have a motion to seal the minutes? Seconded by Councilman Howe, Councilman McAllister. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The minutes have been sealed, and that's regarding the litigation matters that were listed on our executive, under our executive communications. Also, I'd just like to announce that Councilwoman Travis had a knee operation, and we appreciate her being a trooper and coming here today on her crutches, but she was in a lot of pain and has left for the evening. I just wanted to make sure people recognized, you know, the pain that she was in, and I think we all appreciate that she was here to give us her insight and opinions as long as she could. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar, and that's PCR 3320, resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Favorable action on PCR 33-20.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. First item is 2018-194, advertising and design services, favorable action. 2019-250, turnkey operation for printing and mailing, favorable action. Item 3, 2020-257, automotive wet batteries has become PCR 3620. Item 4, 2020-301, repairs to H103, favorable action. 5, 2020-302, extended warranty, favorable action.
Councilman, the batteries, bid number 2020-257, now PCR 3620, that recommendation was to hold till March 23rd, correct?
That's correct. At the request of the sponsor.
Okay. I know there was a lot of discussion in committee. Is there any discussion on the floor that didn't happen in committee? Okay, we'll move to the second unanimous consent item, which is PCR 3420, a resolution relative to abatements, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Committee recommends favorable action on PCR 34-20.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Go ahead, Councilman.
We recommend favorable action on PCR 34-20.
Any discussion that wasn't had in committee? Okay, both items have been moved and seconded on the consent calendar. A yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Consent calendar stands passed. We move to unfinished business. First item on the agenda is PCO 1-20, an ordinance in regards to no parking signs to be erected on the north side of Hull Street. This is for second passage, committee report ordinance. For action, Councilman Corley, if you could move it.
I would move for favorable action.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Lattiser. Any discussion on this for second passage? If not, a yes is to approve the no parking signs to be erected on the north side of Hull Street, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCO 120 stands passed, second passage. Next item on the agenda is PCO 520, an ordinance in regards to amending the stipulation imposed on Cumberland Farms Development on 87 West Natick Road. Committee report, public properties.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Lattiser. Any discussion on PCO 520, an ordinance regarding the amending the stipulation imposed on Cumberland Farms on 87 West Natick Road, and this is for second passage. If not, the clerk will call the roll, and a yes is to approve. Yes.
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 PCO 520 stands past second passage. Next item on the agenda is PCO 719, Pension Board, Committee Report, Finance.
Hold to March 23rd.
Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1019, an ordinance in regards to water discharge. Committee report, ordinance. Held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1719, an ordinance relative to senior and veteran exemptions. Committee report, finance.
Hold to April 6th.
Hold till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2119, an ordinance relative to employee benefits. That's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
Hold to April 6th.
Hold till April 6th. The next item on the agenda is PCO 2419, an ordinance in regards to one-way traffic on Alice Avenue. Committee report, public safety. Held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2919, an ordinance relative to tangible property tax regarding vacant storefronts. That's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
Hold to April 6th.
Held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 3019, an ordinance involving state law regarding underutilized commercial property. That's not drafted. Committee report, public properties.
Hold to April 6th.
Held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 420, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs. Committee report, public safety. Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCR 18419 Sub A, a resolution relative to no commercial trucking on Narragansett Parkway. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to April 27.
Held till April 27th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 19519, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. Committee report, finance. Finance, that held till March 23rd? PCR
believe it was.
19519.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Hold till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCR 19619, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools. That's not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to March 23rd.
Held till March 23rd. PCR 420, abatement number 10669 and abatement number 10670. That was an executive session and the minutes were sealed. That also on PCR 1020, a resolution relative to the installation, we're now on, I'm sorry, PCR 1020, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Committee report, public safety. Held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1220, a resolution relative to the installation of a street sign at Lenox Avenue and Warwick Neck Avenue. Committee report, public safety. Recommendation is to withdraw. Councilman Lattiser. Can you make that?
Yes, Mr. President, I make a motion to withdraw PCR 12-20.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Councilman Howe. Any discussion? If not, a yes is to withdraw, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
PCR 1220 stands withdrawn. Next item is PCR 1520, a resolution relative to school bonding consideration for the 2020 ballot. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
Hold March 23rd.
Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2120, a resolution relative to claims. Mary McGann, committee report, public safety. 4th. Held till May 4th. Next item, well, we move to new business, and the next item is PCO 720, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances. It's for first passage. Committee report, finance.
Hold April 6th.
Held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 820, an ordinance relative to the ratification of teacher contracts and support personnel contracts. That's not drafted. Committee report, Finance.
Hold to April 6th.
Held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 920, an ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30, PCO 818, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. That's first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, ordinance. Held till April 27th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1020, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance, regulations for the installation of solar energy systems. That's not drafted. Committee report, land use.
Hold to March 23rd.
Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2330, a resolution regarding erecting a stop sign at the intersection of Marblehead Street and Holden Street. Committee report, public safety. For action, Councilman Lattiser.
I recommend favorable action on PCR 23-30.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, I had requested a traffic study for this particular intersection. It was done, it was approved, and I respectfully request favorable action.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, a yes is to approve PCR 2320, a resolution regarding erecting a stop sign at the intersection of Marblehead Street and Holden Street. The clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCR 2330 stands passed. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2420, a resolution requesting that the Department of Public Works address the pothole, sinkhole, and drainage issue at the Anglesey community. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to May 4th.
Held till May 4th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2520, a resolution requesting that the Department of Public Works address tree debris and street flooding in the vicinity of Hampton and Gray Streets. Committee report, intergovernmental.
To withdraw at the sponsor's request.
Recommendation is to withdraw. Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, make a request to withdraw PCR 2520.
Councilman Lattiser moves to withdraw, seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Any discussion on the motion to withdraw? If not, the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCR 2520 stands withdrawn. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2620, a resolution requesting that the Department of Public Works address the tree stump on White Rock Road. Committee report, Finance.
Committee, at the request of the sponsor to withdraw.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Make a request to withdraw PCR 2620.
Councilman Lattiser makes a motion to withdraw, seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, that particular problem was solved and taken care of the latter part of last week.
Thank you. Motion to withdraw. It's been seconded. If there's no other questions, the clerk will call the roll. A yes is to withdraw. Yes.
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 PCR 2620 stands withdrawn. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2720, a resolution to the Rhode Island General Assembly requesting commission for a ballot question. Committee report, Finance.
Hold March 23rd.
Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2820, a resolution supporting codification of the cancer presumption by the General Assembly. That's not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to April 27th.
Held till April 27th. Next item on the agenda, we already held, that's PCR 2920, and that was held till April 6th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 3020, a resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation to establish an ocean state climate Adaptation and Resiliency Fund. Committee report, intergovernmental.
It was for favorable action with the entire council asking to be put on as co-sponsors.
Thank you. If the clerk could note that all council members are going to co-sponsor, and Councilman Lattiser for action.
Move favorable action on PCR 30-20.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President. Well, just briefly, we had a lot of discussion during committee. Obviously, everyone is a supporter and agrees that these issues need to be addressed, and I would recommend favorable action.
Any further discussion? If not, a yes is to approve PCR 3020, a resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation to establish an Ocean State Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Fund. A yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
PCR 3020 stands passed. Next item on the agenda is PCR 3120, a resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign at the northeast intersection of Abbott Avenue and Clinton Avenue. Committee report, public safety. For action, Councilman McAllister. Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Howe. Any discussion? I know there's a traffic study supporting this. If there's no discussion, yes is to approve erecting a stop sign at the northeast intersection of Abbott Avenue and Clinton Avenue. Does this need to be an ordinance?
A stop sign?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it says resolution. That was how it was drafted. I mean, if somebody goes through the stop sign, Councilman McAllister, then, and challenges it, they can't get a ticket unless it's a law. Resolution isn't a law. That's why I was asking. It should be.
Can we amend it now, Mr. President?
Can we amend that? Is it not drafted as far as an ordinance goes? I'll pass it. They just can't get a ticket. Should be an ordinance. Okay. You want to hold it and amend it, or do you want to, or dock it?
Bring it back as an ordinance.
You hold it, and then you'll draft it as an ordinance as amended? Okay.
Mr. President, excuse
Yes.
me. So are we saying that we can't change it tonight to an ordinance? We do an amendment to change it to an ordinance? It's already drafted.
I guess the question is it drafted as an ordinance? So you want to, do you need the language for the amendment to be read into the record? I don't care if we take a 5-minute recess to do that.
Yeah, let's deal with it.
Do you want to take a 5-minute recess?
So if we can amend it to an ordinance now, but then it will need to come back for its second.
For a second
Passage. Is that okay?
Second reading.
All right.
I'll make a motion to amend PCR 3120 to PCO 3120.
Okay. That number may have already been taken, so she has to, the clerk has to give us the next available number. 1120.
PCO 11, make a motion to amend PCR 3120 to move to PCO 11-20.
Have you become Councilman McAllister now? Is that what you said?
No, but I did the amendment. He wishes he was. It seems that way. Councilman Lattiser, is that okay with you? Thank you.
Okay. So
it's my mission in life to help.
So the seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe, and Councilman Ricks. Do you need any other language? No, that's it. Okay. So there's motion to amend. It's been seconded. No questions. A yes is to approve the amendment, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
The amendment stands passed. Councilman McAllister, if you could move it.
Which one?
Which one? Yeah.
Will the real Councilman McAllister please stand up?
So it's been moved by Councilman McAllister
Second.
as amended, seconded by Councilman Lattisaw, Councilman Howe. Any discussion on PCO, and the new number is
1120.
11-20 as amended. Any discussion? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCO 1120 stands passed as amended, first passage. Next item on the agenda is PCR 3220, a resolution in regards to erecting 3 stop signs at the east and westbound sides of Grant Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue and the westbound side of Hayes Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue. Committee report, public safety. For action, Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. I'm going to make an amendment on this as well.
When you just need to move it, favorable action first.
Favorable action, please.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Go ahead, Councilman McAllister.
I'd like to amend this to make it an ordinance, but I also just want to include, we had an incident here on Granite Street. We were very lucky. There's a daycare. The daycare van was driving, and there was a Amazon truck coming the other way, and the Amazon truck did not know they were going into another road, and they hit right on, direct on to the daycare van, and there were children in the van. So thankfully everybody was okay, but it was a scary situation. So a number of the neighbors contacted both myself and Councilwoman Travis. One side of the road is Ward 7, one side is road is Ward 6. So I know the Councilwoman supports us as well. She is a co-sponsor, and I thank you for consideration for this tonight.
And I remember reading the emails from your constituents on it also. So Councilman McAllister has made a motion to change this from PCR 3220 to PCO, if we could get the number. 12, okay, it'd be PCO 1220. And that's seconded by Councilman Lattisaw, Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks. Is there any discussion on the amendment? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCO, the amendment to make it PCO 1220 stands passed. Councilman McAllister, if you could move it as amended.
I move favorable action as amended, PCO 12-20.
Seconded by Councilman Lattisaw, Councilman Howe. Any discussion as amended? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll on PCO 12-20. Yes.
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 PCO 1220 stands passed, first passage. We'll now move to unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything?
No.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6? Ward 7? Ward 8? I have one. It's PCR 3520, a resolution to the General Assembly in support of Gianna Sorella's law. Is there any objection? And I know some members wanted to co-sponsor too. So Councilman Lattisaw, Councilman McAllister, Councilman Sinapi, I think the entire council would co-sponsor that. Councilman McAllister, if you could move this for me, appreciate it. Seconded by the entire council. I had the opportunity a couple of weekends ago to attend the third gala of the Gianna Sorella memorial gala, and I think there was over 300 people that packed the Crown Plaza. It's amazing what that family and the community has done to raise money regarding sepsis research and education. They gave, the physicians from Rhode Island Hospital gave a great presentation. I think it was about 45 minutes long about the sepsis and the signs. So what this law does is, before the General Assembly, and I think all of our reps and senators had co-sponsored it, it outlines, I believe it's 11 criteria for if somebody is recognized or suspected to have sepsis, that all doctors must follow as a protocol, as a law. So everyone in an emergency room or emergency care facility would have to follow that. As you remember, Gianna had gone into a walk-in and was discharged, went back 3 or 4 days later, and by the time they administered the antibiotics, it was too late and she had passed. With a law like this, with the help of the General Assembly, I know Senator Conley, I've had discussions, he's in support of it also. Hopefully we can save a few lives. So with that said, if there any other discussion, if not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll on PCR 3520. Yes.
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 PCR 3520 stands passed. There are no other items on unanimous consent, so Councilman Corley, you had something?
I just have a question. Did we move the acceptance of the minutes from the last meeting?
From the last meetings? Yeah,
February
I believe we did that at the beginning, and Councilman Howe had to recuse himself on one of them. So now we move to the docket session. Since Councilwoman Travis isn't here, Councilman Lattiser, if you could make a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion that this honorable body move into the docketing session.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Councilman Howe. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Council now stands at the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket?
Pass.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Yes, Mr. President, one item. An ordinance in regards to approving the financing of the design, construction, repair, rehabilitation, equipmenting, and extension of the city's sewage collection system. This is also co-sponsored by Councilwoman Travis.
Finance. Anything else from Ward 3?
All set. Thank you, Mr.
Ward
President.
4.
I have one, Mr. President. I have an ordinance in regards to erecting a stop sign on Maywood Avenue to stop traffic entering onto Beach Avenue.
Public safety. Ward 5.
Yes, Mr. President, I have one. It's I need clarification on this one. I've got it down as a resolution, but now I'm second guessing. It's going to be a resolution in regards to amending PCR 1-19 of the council rules, Rule 30 docketing.
That's not an ordinance, but
There'll be a resolution. Okay.
There'll be a resolution.
Thank you. So it's a resolution in regards to.
Intergovernmental. Ward 7. Ward 8. That's intergovernmental. And there's a problem here, though. I think with, I think our clerk had sent an email on how specified we need to get with language for resolution. I know, but you had forwarded it to us. Yes, John had. Okay, so, and so I'm just going to defer to the city council attorney as to whether we need to amend any of the language on anything that we heard.
We do need to get a little more specific on a couple of our generic titles, so.
Sure. Is there anything docketed tonight that you? No. Nothing?
Nothing that was on the docket.
Okay, so amending the council rules is good for both council members?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I have nothing. Council stands adjourned.
No, we just had